Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of today's first session, Clemons.
Hey everybody, we have topic today, understanding America, the state of play in the US elections. It's nice that we're doing this. I mean, I don't know, they gave us like 30 minutes for this. I mean, I need about 2 days. We have a fantastic panel coming up. Let me just say here real quick, we had our video, but let me introduce the panel. Let me invite up here Ivo Daalder, CEO of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Come on up, Ivo. Jacob Heilbrunn, who's the editor of the National Interest. I'm a contributing editor of National Interest, so Jacob is theoretically my boss. We have Sally Painter, who's on the board of GLOBSEC here, co-founder of Blue Star Strategies, very involved with many campaigns. Sally, why don't you come over here? They didn't want to sit next to each other. And then we have Kurt Volker, former U.S. ambassador to NATO, and of course our former presidential envoy to Ukraine. It's great to have you all here. What a great packed room. You know, and I've got, look, I mean, I've already tried to give Slido lessons, pull out the Slido, but I also like to go live. Do we have microphones in the room if I want them? I think we do. If not, you can speak into my mic. But I want to go live with a couple of questions as we do this, because I think this is an interesting topic in a big moment in American history, and I think we're narcissistic enough to think we matter so much that it matters to all of you as well. I'm not sure that's true. We can test that thesis. But I think that what is really interesting is, I'll just say this, until really very recently, the US election looked completely differently. We had President Biden running against former President Trump, two former presidents, or well, one incumbent president running against a former president, and it looked in many ways like a done deal. And right now, the deck has been reshuffled in many ways, and we're going to talk about the dynamics of that. But let me just start for a moment with Sally Painter. Sally, has been this. I was just at the Democratic National Convention and the Republican National Convention, both. The energy and whatnot was different. Of course, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee was going on, and they were running against Joe Biden. And boy, you know, something happened which I never expected, actually. I didn't think President Biden would actually step down and step back, but he did do so, assessing the scene, and I believe at the ultimate moment, it was his choice. I don't think he was run off the stage. Some may disagree with me. Kamala Harris is now the nominee, and it stacked up unbelievably fast. I mean, for people in any country to look at how power works, it usually doesn't work that quickly or neatly, and usually there are a lot of bodies buried behind the back room in what happened, but that didn't seem to be the case. So let me just start out with you, Sally, and kind of look at what has the shift with Kamala Harris and now Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, done in terms of polling, in terms of attitudes, in terms of enthusiasm. What's your quick take?
It's changed everything. I think you saw that while the Biden-Harris presidency did wonderful things on the economy, stock market higher than ever, job growth, inflation down, all of those things, there was a concern that the president wasn't maybe up for it. And so once... So
he had done a lot, but what I'm saying, I don't mean to interrupt, but is they were bad at marketing the good things that he had done.
I think the press was bad at picking it up.
Oh, thank you.
And they still are, frankly. But what I think we realize is, number one, that the Democratic Party are patriots first. Mm-hmm. You had President Biden step down. You had Nancy Pelosi step down at the height of her power. And what you felt was this unbelievable pent-up desire to have some new leadership. And the elation that our party has felt with this incredibly strong candidate slate is unbelievable. We've raised more money than ever. Mm-hmm. The excitement, the people that are volunteering.
Like an insane amount of money.
Obscene. Almost $500 million. And it's still coming in.
But let me just ask you one question, because you mentioned Nancy Pelosi, and I'm sorry to all of you who may not follow every nuance and every name that we're about to drop. We engage name dropping in Washington at cocktail parties and whatnot as part of the sport. A woman named Heather Podesta has a famous last name. At the Democratic National Convention, created these little pins, and she made 50 T-shirts. I got one of them. It's upstairs if everyone see it. And it had the silhouette of Nancy Pelosi called the Godmother, and Nancy Pelosi was apparently furious because it allegedly was sort of talking about the power of Nancy Pelosi to essentially whack Joe Biden, knock him out of the race, and bring Kamala in. Is there no ongoing convulsion or stress in the party, Sally, over that?
There is none, and frankly, that's not true. Pelosi said that it's his choice. She did voice some reservations early on when the debate went so badly, but she said this is the president's decision. In the end, he made this decision.
Right. So let me jump to Kurt Volker. Kurt was ambassador to NATO. Somebody's clicking here. Hopefully it's not me, but was ambassador to NATO when John McCain was running for president against President Obama. So he could not actively engage that campaign. But I want to mention it because Kurt was exceptionally close to Senator McCain, who was also very, very supportive of GLOBSEC. But he also worked for President Trump as envoy to Ukraine and many other. I don't know if you worked for any Democrats. I think you're all Republicans all along the line.
Clinton and Obama.
You did work for Clinton and Obama? Okay, I'm sorry. So those are lesser, those are the small font type. But you're my Republican here, and I guess my question to you is, how do you see the moment? How do you see Kamala coming in? And how do you see Donald Trump and his vice president, who was surprising to many, J.D. Vance, the U.S. Senator from Ohio, author of Hillbilly Elegy? How do you think they stack up in the chessboard of this election?
Yeah. Well, first off, I think Sally summarized it very well. The selection of Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee changed everything. So Trump was feeling like he was cruising toward an election victory, and routinely coming 4 to 5, 6 points ahead of Biden in polls. And now it is a dead even race again. In all the swing states as well, it's dead even. That's a huge change. It has also thrown Trump off of his game. He, as you said at the Republican convention, he knew how to rile people up and to talk about Biden and go after Biden as a candidate. He's having a hard time doing that with Kamala Harris so far.
Just 1 second. Ambassador Dan Fried, I've got a chair for you right here in front. Everybody, this is the hero of the transatlantic relationship. Ambassador Dan, right in the front, Dan. Give him another round of applause. Okay. Yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
So it changed everything. It is an even race now, and Trump has not found his footing yet. Also, Kamala Harris has enjoyed a free month.
So what does that mean, Trump hasn't found his footing yet? How do you, what's the evidence of that?
He has launched a couple of attacks, some of them very personal, on Harris, and they have landed with a thud. Mm-hmm. When he's done that,
like she just decided to be black,
right?
When it became convenient,
that's not going to work.
And I don't know if anybody follows that. I just want to make sure.
What did he do? He went after.
Yeah, go ahead.
He went after crooked Hillary. People got that. He went after low energy Jeb. People got that. He hasn't found a way to talk about Harris yet. He probably will.
But tell the audience what he did about the she just decided to be black.
Well, so. There's a lot of explaining behind that. She's the child of Jamaican and Tamil immigrants. She went to Howard University, a historically black university. She has been in public office for a long time. She doesn't look as dark complexion as some other black people. So he was going after a vibe saying, oh, she's just pretending to be black because she gets some kind of benefit from that in politics. Well, it's counterfactual. I mean, it's just not what she has done with her life. It's not what people see, and people resent the race baiting behind it.
I mean, that's what I wanted you to raise, and I want to come to Ivo for a minute because I just don't want us to walk and pussyfoot around real issues that are evolving in the campaign, because there are a lot of Americans, and I just want to be honest, there are a lot of Americans who enjoy that race baiting and who want to see that typology around race, and it's a disturbing thing to me. And I think it was a conscious decision by President Trump to go into, I'm allowed to comment today, I'm also speaking, but to go into a group of black journalists and basically say, out of political expediency, Kamala Harris, who had built her identity and life, and if anything, if you kind of listen to Kamala Harris, very, very rarely references either gender or race in what they're doing. It's very different, and decided to do that. So I just wanted to raise the point again from the Republican perspective where you're at that. How comfortable is that notion that one of the leading contenders is using race as a dividing line in the country?
It's not, and that's why it landed with a thud. It's not comfortable. Certainly, you have a far right in the Republican Party who might get riled up like that, but that's a fraction, and is never going to get them propelled to get reelected that way. Let me reframe what we're talking about here. What Harris needs to do, the race is going to come down to issues, and the issues that Sally raised are right. The data that you just gave about the stock market and so forth, that's true. The ones that people care about are immigration and the border, crime, and the price levels, which is the result of inflation. Inflation's down, but prices are still high, and that's the nature of things. That's what people are concerned about. What Harris has to do is convince people that she didn't have much to do with the Biden administration, because on those issues, people don't look favorably at the Biden administration. What Trump needs to do is convince people that he's better at those issues than she would be, not just creating chaos. And that's the election coming in the fall.
Let me bring Ivo and Jacob into this, but I want to do it in a unique way. I'd love to hear Ivo's thoughts on how this race is taking shape in terms of the key issues, the identity issues that are being developed, and whether there are historical metaphors from it. To remind people, Ivo is the CEO of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. But when you're the head of a global affairs organization, you're not only looking just at the world, you're also looking at domestic drivers of foreign policy. I think one of the other things that's on the table, and I just want to put it out there again, and I have Republican friends who support Donald Trump who will strongly disagree with me, but I see it as a neo-isolationist ticket, as one where some of what Donald Trump is trying to do is, he doesn't want to be in wars because he doesn't want to be engaged in the world. I mean, part of it is whether or not the disengagement thing, because you're telling Americans that no investment of American lives or dollars is worth it because China ends up winning, even if we're making the investment. And so I'm interested, as you kind of look at this terrain, Ivo, you can disagree with me, how you see those elements in this election, but how are they playing out in the choices when it comes to foreign policy and America's engagement with the world?
There's a lot going on here that we can talk about, but let me focus on sort of where we are in this moment in terms of the foreign policy related part of the election, because something very big is happening within the Republican Party. In fact, something very big is happening in the United States writ large. This is the most important election that the United States has had since at least 1860, and arguably since the beginning of the Republic. So 1860
was when Abraham Lincoln was elected, just to
and which led to the Civil War. Not his election, but after that election, to be perfectly clear.
Yeah.
And we can talk about the historical significance of it. One of the parts of which it is so important is it's the first time really since 1944 that the United States has a deep division about how Republican and Democratic voters look at the world. It used to be, not that long ago, in a Reagan Republican Party, that a deeply internationalist, pro-alliances, pro-promotion of freedom and democracy, pro-free markets was the leitmotif of the Republican Party and the Republican voters in many ways, and that the Democrats were seen as the less inclined to be engaged in the world, the more favoring of multilateral institutions in the United Nations, yes, NATO, but really larger organization like this, yes, pro-democracy, but really more pro-human rights in some ways, and on trade, pretty doubtful. This is a swift 180%, not only because of what Donald Trump, to the extent that anybody can get a hold of what he thinks, because he says the same thing, the opposite thing in the same sentence in every speech that he makes. But leave that aside. Let's look at the voters. Republican voters are distinctly more reticent to have a strong American role in the world than Democratic voters. And the gap is not only big, it is growing, and it has been growing over the past 10 years. And if you compare the average Republican voter, and particularly the Republican voter who believes, who has a very positive view of President Trump, to kind of the Republican voter in the late 1930s, you don't find a lot of difference. And indeed, it is the same influence of a pretty isolationist, we don't want to be engaged, we don't want to be part of wars, we don't want to have alliances that existed in the 1930s, not, by the way, in the Republican leadership, but in the Republican voter, that you now find in the Republican Party. And the Chicago Council is doing polls
so
for 50
can I
years
just, as a
this.
balancer, just intervene and ask you one thing? You know, you and I both know Senator Jim Risch, who is the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and also Mike McCall, who is the chairman of the House International Affairs Committee. I would argue that both of those individuals would say that they are Republicans who believe in supporting NATO, who believe in supporting, you know, trade, who believe in international. So can you go a little bit deeper and paint the picture? Like, are they becoming anomalies in their own party, or are they still leaders in their own party?
So there are they're becoming anomalies. So yes, of course, there are Republican, particularly Republican elected officials, including non-elected officials like Kurt, who retain a very much the standard Reaganite view of Republican engagement. There are probably more of them in the Senate. They're now a minority among Republicans in the House. So if you look at recent votes that we had in terms of funding for Ukraine, for Israel, and for Taiwan, in the case of all three of those votes, which happened in May, a majority of Republicans in the Republican House voted against it. Strong majority in the case of Ukraine. A strong majority of Republicans in the Senate voted in favor of those. So there is still a part of the Republican Party in power in both houses of Congress that remains internationalist. Unfortunately, their standard bearer within their party doesn't believe that,
right?
Nor do the people who surround him. And in fact, it's that influence that has changed the Republican electorate. As well as the elected officials.
So you were telling me in a little side exchange that you felt like this smelled like an earlier era of history.
Well, yeah, that's a slightly different part of it. It's not just on the foreign policy side. The kind of racist rhetoric that we've heard from Donald Trump should raise the question: how can any self-respecting person believe that you should support somebody like that? And the reason is, and 50% of the country, 48%, still does. It's going to be a close election. How can it be a close election when you have a guy who goes around not just dog whistling, but actually just saying purely racist, misogynist, lies, anti-democratic nonsense, which Donald Trump has done for a long time, and say, yeah, well, I'm going to vote for him because he's good for my taxes? How do you explain that? Well, you explain it by going back to history. Democracies are inherently fragile. They're based on consensus and norms. And if the consensus and norms can be defied, and they can usually be defied without punishment, the punishment has to come within. In the United States, it's not coming from within. We are at the precipice of the kind of situation in the United States that we unsuccessfully witnessed in the 30s in Germany, in the 20s in Italy. My parents grew up under occupation. My mother's a Holocaust survivor. My father grew up in occupation in the Netherlands. And my father spent his entire life studying how you could prevent democracies from falling apart, to which his answer was, you can't, unless the people are willing to make sure that democracy survives.
Right.
That's what this election is about, because if Donald Trump wins, it's not just 4 terrible years.
Right.
It's the beginning of something far worse.
Well, let me ask Jacob to kind of take us a notch further. Another element of this that I've been struggling with, and Jacob and I have been in many roundtables, and I've been impressed with the consistency of his view, despite a lot of change in the players, whatnot, and also when you look at, you know, I'm sort of a Nixonian realist, and I look at things like the Ukraine invasion, like the conflict in Gaza, like elements of the stress in China and Asia, as in part not just a perception of American weakness in the world by foes, but by allies, where allies' behavior is changing and they're hedging their bets, thinking America may be contracting strategically from some of the things it's been committed to over time. And I think that's also part of this election. Jacob, I think you see it completely differently than I do, and I really respect that. And I'm interested, as you've seen Joe Biden now leave the stage, or he's in the process of leaving the stage, but as you look at the kind of global conflict scene and you look at the US political electorate, and you see Kamala Harris, I just want to be honest, a lot of my Democrat friends get hugely furious with me, and Sally may get hugely furious. We know almost nothing about her. The convention is trying to fill that gap. But we almost know nothing about Kamala Harris. I mean, when you know nothing about someone, it's when they do best. When you know a lot and you see the warts, you see the gaps, you see the, the vendettas and the vengeance or whatever she has with certain players, it gets a little more complicated. We're going to learn a lot in the next 70 days that we didn't know before, in my view. She's going to go through the meat grinder of media, and I don't think it will be as pleasant or happy at this moment for the Democrats right now. But just given the fact you've thought about this a lot, and I just want to kind of get your own sense of the chessboard and this moment for America and the choices making. And, go ahead.
Well, I am an optimist. I think Kamala Harris is going to win this fall. I think she has been wildly underestimated, that she's quite ruthless and formidable. And, people were completely dumbfounded. The day after Biden stepped down, I did this interview with the FT, and they looked at me like I was bonkers. But I said that Harris was going to roar to victory. And it's pretty much turning out that way. Now, the negative...
So what did you see that we didn't see, or that I didn't see?
Speak for yourself.
I have never thought that Donald Trump embodies a positive message. And I think it's much more difficult to win an election in the United States when you are purveying doom and gloom about the future of the country, particularly at a moment when America, looked at rationally, is actually at the peak of its economic and military prowess. It is being discounted around the world and by some in the United States. I flatly reject it. I don't think the country has ever been as prosperous as it is. I don't think NATO has ever been as powerful. Now, the danger is we could witness a huge self-inflicted injury in November. This could indeed, if Trump were to win, it would completely scramble the chessboard because, in my view, he would exit from NATO. He would sever or diminish the alliances in East Asia, which are just as important. He would cripple the independence of the Federal Reserve. I mean, in a sense, and I don't think enough has been made of this, what we saw at Arlington Cemetery, where Trump and his goons tried to overwhelm representatives of the federal government and of the military. This is a microcosm of what he would do as president if he were elected and made this astounding comeback from having tried to launch a coup on January 6th. If he comes into office, he won't be emboldened. He will see no limits, and he will, of course, appoint people who are ready to execute his will.
So let me ask you something. Madeleine Albright, for whom a stage is named upstairs, wrote a book about fascism, and she said, guess what? Fascism is elected, usually. Yes. It doesn't come roaring, it's elected. And I'm interested in this question about the legitimacy of elections. And you just said if Donald Trump is elected. I still see a circumstance where Donald Trump could be elected president of the United States. And I see it as right now, if the election were held tomorrow, I agree with you. Kamala Harris would be president. I think if in the 70 days, I think it's going to be more suspect. You also have a lot of the judicial branch basically stacked up in such a way that should there be disputes and whatnot, given various appointments, and if things go to the Supreme Court, we have a politicized court. So I conceive the potential of Donald Trump. So that raises the question of if Americans, through the Electoral College, through their system that they have in place, elect Donald Trump, what does that say about America?
Well, it says that and actually I disagree with Kurt. I think Trump is campaigning the only way he can. Mm-hmm. I don't think he can campaign on policy. He needs to throw everything at the wall, which he's doing, and try every possible avenue, as disgusting or as abhorrent as many people may find it. It is, in fact, his only path to victory. What does it say about the United States? It says that we've shot ourselves in the foot and that that we are not, in fact, an exceptional nation in that case. We are no different than Hungary or even Russia because to my mind, just to end, is, many people in Europe have trouble understanding or ask me what Trump is all about. He's simply a mixture of Orbán and Putin. There's nothing unique or original about Donald Trump.
Sally, let me come back to the polls for a minute, because when President Biden was still in the race, one of the things that was happening, if you look at the polls, was two of the groups that put him over the top, in my view, in my telling of it, were youth. Youth came out in very large numbers in the last election, larger than normal, but also the community of color. 92% of the black voting population voted for President Biden. And there was significant erosion. And some of that erosion was about the Gaza crisis. It may be for other factors as well, maybe because they saw Joe Biden as an 81-year-old person that they didn't, connect with any longer. But I'm interested in that element of polling and the shifts on that. But also we have a question here on Slido that says, do you think pollsters have overcome their past tendency to underestimate Trump? Because as we know, there are a lot of methodological problems right now in measuring public attitudes. And I remember Kellyanne Conway, President Trump's pollster, saying there is basically an unseen American out there, an ignored American who's going to come out and polls. And this is who the people at J.D. Vance are talking about. Are we basically intoxicated in our own fumes thinking that Kamala is doing so well, and is there a structural problem in measuring Trump's strength?
So I thank you for that. I think this is very important. So this is going to be a very, very close race. Secretary Clinton won the 2 million additional votes, but lost the Electoral College. So when
she won the popular vote.
I'm sorry, the popular.
Almost all Democrats win the popular vote, it seemed, but they.
Well, recently.
Yeah.
So I'm just to give you some facts, because there are only 32% of the population is a registered Republican. 36% of the population is a registered Republican. Democrats are a larger voice. What's the biggest group? Independents.
Independents, yeah.
48% are independents. What do independents care about? Independents care about freedom, fairness, climate change, gun control, women's reproductive health, economy. We've had the best economy. We're having a soft landing. In the G7, we have the best economy. So we have a great economic story to tell. The press is not telling it. And what Trump did, which, when he realized that it was Biden, he thought Republicans can get elected if they double down on their base. And so he picked a person that was his base, actually Trump light and less articulate if possible. You can't win this election without going to that independent vote. So that's a very important category. And we're going to maybe win by 200,000. The second is the swing states. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the blue wall. Harris is ahead in those races right now because they're looking at those issues that independents care about. Because of Harris, we now have...
But she's not up by a lot.
Hey, I'll take it.
Okay.
It's been a couple weeks. Give her another.
All right.
Then we have 2 more states that are up that we had never expected, North Carolina and Georgia. And that's where you're getting to the African-American vote.
Right.
And just, again, I think it's really important, some statistics on the demographics. Since 2022, registered Hispanics have increased by 12%, 36 million new votes. Black vote that is registered is up 7%, 34 million votes. Asian Americans up 15%, 15 million new registered voters. Of these new, I would say, minority voters, 44% identify as Democrat and only 20% as Republican.
So let me ask you about that. I'm going to be blunt, maybe get myself in trouble here. I mean, none of us on stage happen to be Asian, Black, or Hispanic.
I'm a woman, that's good.
Yeah, I'm gay, but it doesn't count anymore. But I think that the question when it comes to these elements of identity that I think is one of the big dividing lines to come out where we started was that some white Americans feel stressed by the orientation by the rise of other groups. And I think some Democrats wonder, where's my place if you're a white male in the Democratic Party? And I think that's been one of the points where people don't know where the North Star is. And so, Kurt, coming at this from the other side, one of the real things that changed, which Ivo was getting into, is white working class men used to be the actual foundation of the Democratic Party, have largely become Republicans. J.D. Vance is out there saying we are historically the most pro-worker, pro-labor party, Republican Party, ever. So is the dividing line the fact that those that are white are defecting and leaving the Democratic Party? I mean, is this going to be decided by the tectonics of race?
Yeah, I don't think so. In fact, I think it has less to do with race. I think it has more to do with social class and economic class. People look at a liberal elite in the country, not just talking about politics, but media, business, tech, whatever. They look at a liberal elite and they feel left out and somewhat disenfranchised. And when Sally rightly talks about minority groups increasing numbers of voters,
right.
The other way that people are increasing number of voters is getting people to vote who are otherwise disenfranchised and not going to.
Right.
And this is something that Trump succeeded at. I think he didn't need to get J.D. Vance on the ticket to do that, but I think that's probably what he was thinking.
If he had brought Senator Tim Scott, who's black from North Carolina, or brought on Nikki Haley, I think the election would be over, but he didn't.
No, it wouldn't be over, no. Trump has, because he was president before, people feel like they know Trump.
Yes.
And so his negatives are fixed at a certain high rate. And
so let me just jump in here. The question from Saito is if that well-known Trump loses, one question is what direction will the GOP take if he's defeated? And you would know that better than us.
Well, I think all you can say is going to be a fight because there will be people who will try to argue I'm the next Trump. I should be the one. Maybe his son. Then you'll
Trumpism continues even though that it lost?
It'll be an argument. There will be people who make that argument. And then there will be people like Mike Pompeo, Nikki Haley. Nikki in particular will say, if it pans out this way, I told you so. That sort of republicanism can't win.
Right. Let me ask Ivo, we have another question here. Is there a connection between the change in Republican voters to be more isolationist and the stress about immigration? And I'd just like to put your global hat on. How, in your best strategic sense, do modern democracies, be they in Europe or wherever they are in the world, manage the responsibilities and stewardship of being a democracy, but also welcoming and opening to immigration? Because right now, that is one of the biggest drivers of populism in the world. And populism is not often pro-NATO, we'll put that, or pro-Transatlantic Alliance.
It's hard because immigration represents change, particularly if it's immigration from immigrant groups who don't look like or pray like or are like the dominant culture that exists. And in the United States, we've had massive anti-immigrant movements against people who are white and Catholic,
right?
Irish and the Italians. It's the other that is part of it. The question is whether the politics in particular countries, in particular times, use the other to mobilize resentment. And Donald Trump has been a master of mobilizing resentment of the other, no matter who the other is, using race and immigration in particular. But at times, women, J.D. Vance is still running an entire campaign against women, particularly those who have cats, or at least don't have children. But it's the other. And this is how you mobilize in a fascistic model,
right.
How you mobilize political power. It was Mussolini said, every society needs an enemy. Well, the American political system used to be that we actually didn't have an enemy, at least not within, that we wanted to be an enemy without. Now, there were times when, even in the US, that went the wrong way, whether it was the 3/5 of the people who were black or slaves and couldn't be counted, or indeed were black period, until the civil rights movement and the civil rights legislation. But overall, political parties weren't per se organized against each other as that's the other.
Right.
Now we have a political party that is organized in that fashion, and in which even those who disagree with the fundamental thrust of the leader's political direction, nevertheless are willing to abide by it, support it, and be part of it. And where if you do walk away, if your name is Adam Kinzinger or Lynn Cheney, you're excommunicated, completely excommunicated from the party. We had a Republican National Convention in which there was only one person in the entire convention who would either be president or been president or a presidential nominee or a vice presidential nominee. And that person was Donald J. Trump. There wasn't anybody else. No Pence, no Ryan, no Romney, no Bush, no Cheney, you name it, they weren't there because they have been excommunicated from the party.
Let me jump to Jacob here. Jacob is author of a best-selling book that's out right now. It's an extraordinary book and journey, and it's important to look beyond the moment we're in now because it goes back into the deep history with a deeply reported historical context. And it's called America Last, the Right Century-Long Romance with Foreign Dictators. But in this, so I want to give you a little plug there, Jacob. But I also want to say that one of the things I realized in your book and kind of reminding myself of how American history and success in the world, engagement in the world unrolled itself, particularly after World War II, was there were key people who became the designers and architects of institutions, of major engagement around the world. And I'm going to be honest, I was disappointed in President Obama and Obama's team, with the exception of this gentleman, for not doing more to be transformational in that moment, to redo the global social contract for Americans around its institutional engagements, and to remind Americans why being the global cop and being a global security guarantor, being a global economic guarantor was in their interest. And that, I'm from Oklahoma, and one of the big things they would say in Oklahoma is we fought the Cold War and China won. And that stress that people felt economically. I'm just interested in putting on your strategic hat and political hat, and given what you reported, what can Kamala Harris, since you support her coming in, you see her coming, I don't think Donald Trump will do this, what are the key transformational responsibilities she and her team would have in looking at that social contract of American engagement in the world and institutions, refixing it globally so our allies trust us, our foes worry about us, but our public inside America supports it? Because I think it's more wobbly than you do, but I'd like to know what you expect of her. I'd like to know what Jacob Heilbrunn would do to criticize Kamala Harris if she got it wrong.
Well, my biggest concern with Harris would be that if she were to waffle on the Ukraine conflict, which I see as the key struggle for the United States, if you want to call it the West, because I don't think that Vladimir Putin is stopping at Ukraine if he isn't halted there. So I think Harris's job is to build, not to reinvent. And actually, I give Biden more credit, I've written about it, than he's received. I think he's done a good job of reviving the alliances in Asia. He's expanded NATO. I don't have huge quarrels with Joe Biden on foreign policy. I think Harris, as a younger person, might actually take a somewhat more aggressive posture towards Russia. And so I'm fairly optimistic about where Harris would head in foreign policy. I can expand if you want, but I do want to say, to Sally's point, I actually don't think this election is going to be close. I think Harris is going to win big, and you will see a transformation.
So just real quick follow-up. One of the questions here is,
Sure.
there are isolationist tendencies also within the Democratic Party. Do you think that she could be swayed by them?
No. I think they're modest. She's already shut down the protesters in the party on Israel. She is not committing herself to what they want. She's waffling. I mean, she's not saying what she would do. I don't think you would see major change there. I think in the Republican Party is where you do see this isolationist trend, and thank you for the plug. My book is about how there's basically 100 years on the right of fawning over foreign dictatorships as a model for the United States. And I'm not trying to say that there wasn't this phenomenon on the left, but it only on the right and in the Republican Party has it really been a political phenomenon, which is why this election, maybe it's not 1860, but 1940.
Yeah. You know, Ivo, can I ask you about Gaza?
We have on that last question.
Oh, and you can see all the questions.
We can see questions. No, but on the question,
I thought I was the only one who
the
could see them.
isolationism within the Democratic versus Republican Party. Just on a NATO number, which I happen to pull up, that Pew did. When asked, do you have a positive, do you have a favorable or unfavorable view? Conservative Republicans, unfavorable view, 59% of NATO. Liberal Democrats, unfavorable, 17%, 81 favorable.
Right.
So it's a 20-point gap between favorability and unfavorability for Republicans. It's a 70-point gap among Democrats. That's what I worry about most.
Mm-hmm.
It is the politicization of views on NATO that didn't use to be
Can you do a plug for the Chicago Council's annual survey on these, because it's really important? What do you call it?
We do the Chicago Council survey. It's very good.
Got it right.
Of 2024.
I thought you had a better title.
We are publishing. The numbers are all on our website, globalaffairs.org.
It's really, really important document. I use it all the time. I just never look at the headline. So we'll have to come up with a more creative one. Let me just ask you. Let's go lightning round with some of these. But there's a really important question here on. Some in the world look at the war in Gaza and America's role with Israel on this as being hypocritical given the deep engagement with Ukraine. And we see Kamala Harris just in the interview that she did trying to navigate that. But as you sort of look at it, I do think there's a generational shift and change when it comes to looking at the Middle East, when it comes to looking at Gaza, and kind of status quo positions America has taken. Ivo, are those going to change? How will they play out in Trump? How play with Kamala Harris, and be fast?
No idea about Trump because I have no idea about anything he stands for. Kamala Harris will be different when it comes to the Middle East. She is from a different generation. Biden is from the generation that looks at Israel as the underdog. She's from a generation that looks at Israel as the uberdog and the superpower in the region.
Right.
If you parse her statements, they are different than Biden's, including even yesterday in the CNN interview where once again she said how it defends itself matters and that the war has to end and that the killings and sufferings has been too large. She's balanced it in a slightly different way than Biden. I wouldn't be surprised if you have a policy that is, like many, many Republican predecessors, by the way, much tougher on Israel than we've seen up to now.
I'm not going to ask this woman of Sally because I want to typecast, but I am interested in something that I have not seen asked or talked about. And look, there is a lot of misogyny in the world. There's a lot of gender-based, I would call demeaning behavior. If Kamala Harris is elected president, Kurt, how are other world leaders going to, one, deal with it? And I love that Jacob just called her ruthless. I can attest to that from some things I know about. And that, she may be, I'm just interested in America for the first time in its history having a female president, how that's going to play out. I have been astounded by how little she references it. But I'm interested in how you would see the world dealing with her.
Yeah, I kind of look at it the way you described yourself being gay, and then it doesn't matter anymore. So by the time
I sometimes wish it did.
Yeah, by the time we end up with a woman as president of the United States, we're already past it. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
And look around the world. There's been women leaders all over the place. Thatcher, Merkel, whatever. It's not an issue.
Next question.
Yeah. So Sally, I'm interested as you kind of look at this playing out, and I'm sort of interested in in some ways the J.D. Vance take and your take on it. Like when J.D. Vance has come in and J.D. Vance has talked about the post-menopausal women. I mean, like the kind of child. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, I don't want to basically use the word weird because it's become so politicized. But there's a weird element in some of the typecasting of people that J.D. Vance has made about the role that they play in childbirth and the child-oriented roles of the state of this. Just love to get your take on how effective that is.
This is 2024.
Yeah.
The concept that he is talking about post-menopausal women is insane. more women vote who are registered than men, which is why the Democrats are going to win. I mean, I'm 65 years old. I run my own company. My children, what is their life going to be? Every time women's health is on the ballot, we win. These guys are out of their minds. They're out of their minds. This is Handmaid's Tale. They're not getting any new votes. No cat lady. By the way, the famous cat lady is Taylor Swift, who's going to come out, by the way.
Yeah, so why are they doing that? And so because there are voters, again, I want to come back to this. Some voters are supporting. I want to be fair in this, but there's some element of a pugnacious American who identifies with that.
Kurt said it. They do not know how to pivot. They do not know how to pivot. You know, they can have crass sexual innuendos, which they did yesterday. I'm not sure who that appeals to. You know, women vote more than men. And women's health is the #1 issue after the economy. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. And, you know, they should listen to their staff because they know it should be about the economy.
One of the things I suggested to Nikki Haley when she was running in the primaries is just to point out it's not funny anymore.
Let me just ask you here. This is a blunt question here. You characterize Trump as racist, misogynistic, and a threat to democracy. I want to come back to that threat to democracy for a moment. And this just moved. Oh, how come the Democrats are not more ahead in the polls? What's holding them back the most? I also want to raise this point because, Ivo, you mentioned threat to democracy. We have 2 minutes here. But it's also interesting, and I think E.J. Dionne and others have said, almost immediately after Biden was out of the race, when he was talking about Trump being a threat to democracy, she stopped using any of that language. She sort of elevated herself out of it, and she kind of laughs Trump off. And this kind of joy campaign or this, you know, good feeling is something I sort of think is working. But is there, you know, to come to this point about how we define him, one, why aren't Democrats more ahead, you know, to respond to this? But secondly, is there something about the depth of democracy framing that doesn't work in politics when you're electing people?
So I actually don't think she's running around away from it. She's just embedding it in a larger story, and a story about America and who we are, which is the right story to embed it in. And Biden didn't have the rhetorical skills anymore. I think, secondly, the real question is not why aren't more Democrats voted for the Democratic ticket, is why you still have Republicans willing to vote for the Republican ticket.
Right. Great. Sally, 10 seconds.
So this is, I think, the most important. I get asked all by my European friends, what should we do, what should we do? We need to celebrate what our successes are. The NATO alliance has never been stronger. We've got two more members in. We've got troops on the border. The sanctions have held. And the new president, President Harris, is going to further expand our support for our transatlantic allies. And what we need from our Europeans is to not be negative and say, oh my God, and take Putin's talking points.
Jacob,
We're
10 seconds.
Don't make Donald Trump stronger than he is. Don't cower before him. Don't wander into a semantic bog about fascism. He's not that good.
Kurt Volker, I'm going to give you the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, don't fall for the apocalyptic scenarios. It's not going to be a catastrophe either way. It's not going to be great either way, but we will muddle through as we always do.
Can I tell you, this was a fantastic discussion. Ivo Daalder, Sally Painter, Jacob Heilbrunn, Ambassador Kurt Volker, thank you all so much. And let me tell you, please stay in your seats because the program continues within 60 seconds with the next session on post-pandemic healthcare strategies for the CE. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Bussell. I'm CEO of Trimar Strategies. It is an honor to be back at GLOBSEC for our second annual health panel on the main stage. Health security is economic security and national security, which is in turn global security. So there is no better place than to discuss these issues here at GLOBSEC. SARS-CoV-2 and the pandemic it spawned underscored the abysmal differences in countries' health systems' readiness to confront major health challenges. If we are to change this, we are required to have a tool to objectively describe the situation in each country, to facilitate the identification of best practices, and to enable and to inform policymakers to support and monitor improvements. GLOBSEC created the tool in 2022, the Healthcare Readiness Index. It measures health system readiness across the EU and all of the nations within the EU, and their ability to confront future challenges. So please join me in welcoming Martin Smatana, GLOBSEC Associate Fellow, to present the overall findings of this study. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Yes, we are ready. So, COVID-19 demonstrated very clearly that quality and efficiency of healthcare system have profound implications on security, sustainability, and, well, basically, resilience of all countries. These three values are three core values of GLOBSEC, and for this reason, in 2022, we expanded into healthcare topics, since we originally wanted to look into what made some countries more successful at dealing with COVID-related issues than the rest. However, while we're working on that, we realized that even though most countries have not yet recovered from the horrors of pandemic, and yes, I'm still missing a clicker, so I would ask for a clicker if I may get. Have not yet recovered from the pandemics. They are soon to face another set of issues which are likely to have even more profound and negative consequences, such as aging and rise in non-communicable diseases. The malicious thing about these issues is that compared to COVID, it does not take days for a patient to die. In many cases, the negative consequences will manifest in, well, months or years, and hence it is often off-radar to politicians, media, and, well, decision makers. Right? And I would now probably need more than clicker than before. But, but I can continue, and you can imagine what I am actually what I am describing. Nonetheless, for this reason, we at GLOBSEC decided that we want to change that, and we want to ensure that policymakers do not forget about the fact that we need to continue building resilient healthcare system. And for this reason, we've created an index, and an indicator which can be easily used by politicians, decision makers, and media to see and analyze easily the readiness of countries to face future challenges, to monitor the progress, to see the best practices, and to eventually improve quality of the healthcare service delivery. Firstly, we published this publication in 2022. It was originally focused on CE countries, since CE countries contributed to roughly 70% of all excess death per capita. Then we later expanded in 2023 to include all countries, because if you want to identify best practices, you need to look outside of the CE region. And in 2024, we expanded into other areas such as neurodegenerative diseases, and we call it a neuromap. The readiness index itself is usually published a couple of days before the Tatra summit, which will be in autumn, but we already have the results, and I would like to explain them to you right now. But before that, I have just a very few words on the methodology, but really a few, because it's very complex. But basically, we are looking at 38 different indicators, which are grouped into 2 segments. Each indicator is measured, it is weighted and presented as a 1 number per country, which can have value from 0 to 100, and logically, the better the number, the more ready country is to face future challenges. Without further ado, let's have a look at the results. And I know it's very small, but what's most important is that once again, Norway maintained its position as the country with most ready healthcare sector, followed by Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, and Denmark. On the other side of the spectrum, out of the 10 least prepared countries, 9 are from the CE region, with the worst being Bulgaria, followed by Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia, right this way. If you are interested in more details, of course, we will provide a presentation with the key information, but most important is that we don't have sufficient time to go in detail. That's why I've prepared a very brief analysis which looked into what actually the best-in-class countries, the 5 that I mentioned, are doing. Right, so there are several means of analyzing, but as you can see, if you look into how the countries did overall in both Readiness Today and Readiness Tomorrow indicators, the 5 I've mentioned actually dominate in all parts. So the question is what we can learn from these best-in-class countries, and generally speaking, they have several common traits and features that we could discuss, but 5 of them are probably the most prominent and important, and I would like to discuss them in a bit more detail right now. So firstly, these countries perceive healthcare expenditure as an investment, not as a cost, because if you look into the 5 highest spender on healthcare services in the EU, 4 are in a best-in-class group. This is very simple. These countries are fully aware that you need to invest now to see the results later. These countries are fully aware that the healthcare sector is a value-creating sector, and in most cases, these countries are already seeing the results because they have been investing a lot over periods of time. These countries are the countries with the lowest levels of avoidable mortality, highest rates of life expectancy, lowest rates of infant mortality. So you can see it clearly. These countries believe that you need to invest to get results. Secondly, these countries tend to focus on early interventions, as can be well manifested by their approach to diagnostics. They have above average rates of CTs, MRIs, mammographs per capita and compared to the rest of the countries. But what's important, they are trying to focus on root causes of the issues. So they are focusing on determinants of health because they ultimately impact what the health outcome of a population will be. This is one of my favorite examples of Norway that looks into what proportion of death can be attributed to risk factors. And I know the letters are too small, but generally what this means is that Norway is in basically every important group of determinants of health doing significantly better than the rest of the EU. And the reason for this is that they implement long-term policies and they spend heavily when it comes to prevention and public health policies, as you can see on this slide. I guess it won't surprise you to know that all countries in best-in-class spend above average resources on public health policies, prevention and determinants of health. Moving towards to innovations, the best-in-class country could be described when it comes to relationship to the innovations as innovations are a friend, not a foe. Basically, I know this is very difficult to measure, but there are some proxy indicators that can be used to, let's say, analyze this. One of the indicators is EPFIA's rate of availability, as you can see on the slide, that measures percentage of medicines available after some time after they are registered in the EU market. And as you can see, the best country in the EU is Germany. Denmark is also among the top 5. Norway and Sweden are not in the top 5, but because of the, let's say, data-specific issues that they have. What's important is that all countries in best-in-class are significantly, the rate of availability is significantly higher than the average. And interesting enough, is that Czechia is actually very high. It's not in top 5, but it is 6th, I think. It has 62% availability, which is very, very, very good result. These countries are not only good in terms of, let's say, range of innovation available, but also in terms of how fast they adapt to the innovation. And once again, there is another proxy indicator, this time called average time to availability to medicines, which measures how many days it takes for that particular drug to be reimbursed in the country. And as you can see on the purple lines, once again, it's the best in class, which are significantly better than the rest. Best-in-class countries also invest heavily into human resources. These countries invest heavily into human resources, even though they already have above average rate of nurses and doctors, as you can see on the purple dots. The reason for this is that these countries realize that you need to continue training, development of human resources, so you can extend the quality and range of the services into home care, social care, long-term care, palliative care, because all these segments of care ultimately deliver value. Last but not least, the best-in-class countries are the countries which have, let's call it, more stable leadership in the sector. And this can be easily measured by looking into how many months, on average, a minister spends in his or her office. Average tenure significantly differs, but once again, you can spot that best-in-class countries, on the map, the more blue, the longer he stays. And once again, the CE countries are among the worst when it comes to average tenure. And this is very, very, very important indicator, because a short-term or frequent changes of ministers cause short-term behavior. It causes transactional behavior. It can disrupt implementation of long-term reforms and value creation. And this is one of the reasons why, if you graphically, visually correlate overall results of our index to the average tenure, you will see there is a close resemblance, because it's a very important indicator. I would love to spend more time discussing these 5 points, but I'm already running out of my time. So I'll just quickly summarize by saying that I'm not sure which of these 5 points you will take away from this presentation, but there is one I have not yet mentioned, and it is the fact that all these 5 countries have one other thing in common, and it is they believe that the healthcare sector is value-creating sector. And now I'm talking about the ultimate value that we have, which is the improved life expectancy and quality life, but as well the quality, the value that has spillover effects into other segments and ultimately at the economy as a whole. Problem is that there are significant differences in the way how this value is created and or lost among the countries. And as our readiness index illustrates, this situation is not going to happen or change in the future unless we act. And therefore, we at GLOBSEC believe that, well, since the chain is as strong as its weakest link, we need to join our forces together. We need to start working together to close these gaps, to make sure that all countries in the EU, in the region, have more resilient healthcare system, because we believe this is the only way how to make sure that we are all sustainable and we can compete as the region, as the EU, with, well, the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. And you will be talking tomorrow morning with more detail. So if you're interested, please make sure that you attend tomorrow morning's session with Martin. Thank you. Building on what Martin has shared, I invite you all, please, to open your Slido and complete the survey question that we will look at as we continue discussing this afternoon. And I am now delighted to welcome our esteemed speakers, where we'll focus on addressing the issues and opportunities facing Central and Eastern Europe within the confines of the next 3/4 of an hour. Yes, solving world problems. Last year, our panel, as one of the panelists will remember, we were on the barge, and I threatened to up anchor and go out into the middle of the river so we could continue our discussions. I think GLOBSEC took that on board and made sure I was really close to the main stage. May I please welcome Dvořáček, who is the Deputy Health Minister at the Ministry of Health here in the Czech Republic. Welcome. Tamara Šudel, who is the Vice President and Head of Global Policy at Roche. Welcome. Jasper Kunow, who's the Associate VP of Central Europe from MSD. Welcome. And Joseph Šuvada, who's a member of the Executive Board for the World Health Organization. Thank you very much and welcome. So, in light of what we have just heard, it's clear that maximizing the health of our populations demands us to rethink how we look at healthcare costs. Thinking of healthcare as an expense or drain on national budgets is outmoded and short-sighted. We must actively work to rebrand this as a strategic investment that a country makes to ensure a healthy population and a viable workforce. Accomplishing this within the UN Decade of Healthy Aging provides an appropriate timing for this very focus. In very simplistic terms, if the population is not healthy, a country cannot be sure of having a prosperous economy, a reliable and steady workforce, earning salaries and paying taxes to help support government initiatives. So, Deputy Minister, you are on the cusp of celebrating your 1000th day in office and have overseen some major changes within the Czech Republic's health system. The strategic framework of healthcare guides long-term goals throughout 2030, through and up to 2030, while ensuring consistency in healthcare policies. How can this framework assist in the rebranding of health and healthcare as not an expense, but as a strategic investment?
So thank you first for the invitation. I always love to come to GLOBSEC, and we had this pleasure, to have a presentation of the GLOBSEC at the Prague House already more than half a year ago. It was always great to see those numbers, and of course, that one of those slides which were presented here about the survival time or average survival time of the Ministry of Health in our region. And you mentioned at the beginning we are 1,000 days there. Me personally, it's a bit less. I didn't plan it, to be honest. Yeah? I thought it would be much shorter, but yes, it's great that we get this chance, and I believe it helped us to overcome the crisis which came. And I have to say also that the Czech Republic, or let's say our team at the ministry, we spent quite a time at the beginning to manage the crisis. I mean, the Ukrainian crisis, the rest of the COVID crisis, and then we had the issue with the availability of basic pharmaceuticals, which is still lasting in Europe, and we're spending a lot of energy not just here in the Czech Republic, but also in the EU. And I have to say, I always see the connection of what we are doing here and what's happening on the EU level. So we always try to connect, what we do here, our national plans, with the plans, which are, let's say, designed, at the European Commission level, and it works. I believe, this is the right way, how we should move it forward. I can use the good example, the European Beating Cancer Plan and our National Oncology Plan. And yes, now we are designing more and more of, let's say, therapeutically based plans, which would help us to move it forward with, let's say, good thinking about how we should invest in those areas. And of course, you mentioned it, our overall plan, which is always, as some kind of frame, for what we are doing. But what I believe is most important, and it's again with close connection with EU, is the data which we need to really maintain the system to ensure that we investing in the healthcare, but at the same time, if we are investing in proper way, and the investment which we are doing are, let's say, then transformed in better health of our patients, our people. So definitely the HTA and the work, with data available are essential, for all our steps we do. And it was also mentioned in the presentation that we are quite far, with the access to innovation. It's not just about the pharmaceuticals. It's also about medical devices and screening programs and so on. It's also about the training of our medical professionals. We investing a significant part of our national recovery plan to this to the area of development of simulation centers and preparedness of the specialists. But at the end, what we also see, and I will be very short at the end, is that the data which we are receiving, especially about the new innovative technologies, are not always, the strong enough to justify the investment which we do. And you can see, on the EMA level, but also on the FDA, that yes, we are getting faster and faster to the innovation, but at the same time, the data which are available for those innovative approaches are not always strong enough to justify the really increasing price of the innovation in the healthcare. So there's a lot of things, which we still need to maintain. And I believe, this could be only be done, in a close work of the whole EU in this case.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Professor Šuvada, how can WHO work with countries in Central and Eastern Europe to help ease this radical reimagining? Are there multilateral initiatives that can serve as useful examples?
WHO is here to establish the framework for cooperation with the countries, because WHO itself is the member states-driven organization. And the collaboration is one of the key pillars since the very beginning. The second issue which I would like to perhaps share with you is that WHO is a facilitator of change. And it means that from the perspective of the member state, sometimes we don't see what is very beyond borders. And the collaboration and facilitation through the WHO is helping us to understand where we are standing and where we could go, where the good approaches are in different or similar contexts. And then we can use WHO also as a catalyst of change. And this is very important because WHO has the capability and also the opportunity to bring experts together, to create innovative either hubs or the laboratories or platforms for not only the discussions and finding out where we are standing and what is the status quo, but where we should go, what is the right direction, and what kind of either resources or the opportunities we do have and we can use for this. And WHO is also a partner for innovation, because sometimes we are thinking that we are living, for example, Slovakia, where I'm coming from, is living in the European Union. So we have to just think within the context of the European region. But this is not the case, because there are many other great countries which are having really good policies implemented in the practice for perhaps many years, or they are really coping with more difficult situations than my country does. So it means that the international collaboration and partnership doesn't have borders as well. So multilateral collaboration is key, definitely. And I'm very happy to share that also on behalf of WHO, there are successful collaborations either with European Commission, as it was mentioned already, and also with African Union, which is really very promising recently. African Union is coping not only with mpox, because everyone is recently hearing about it, but also with many other things related with the indicators of the poverty or linked to the poverty in many countries. And they are trying to change the health index of the countries. And they are having very promising models which we can use also in CEE countries as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So clearly, there are roles for health systems to partner with industry and to build upon the natural partnerships that exist to address the gaps in investment and innovation. I'd like to turn now to Ms. Šudel and Dr. Kunow to get your insights, please.
Thank you, Marian. Thank you for inviting me to GLOBSEC. It's actually my first one, and it's a pleasure to be here. A lot of good points have already been raised. I can definitely relate to many things that were said. And I'll pick up on the point of collaboration. I do think collaboration is going to be essential if we want to deal with some of these very complex long-term problems. And that collaboration has to be also between the public and the private sector. And if we come together, we can unlock the value and potential of what each expert partner brings to the table to really look at the problem holistically. When it comes to investment, we do have to shift the way we think about healthcare as just a cost on budget versus a strategic investment, not only in the patient outcome of their health and well-being, but also how that contributes to wider society and economic growth, how that patient can go back to work, how they can contribute to society, how we can take pressure off the care and also the health systems, which are increasingly facing burdens. So I do think we have to look at that holistically and make sure that we're really understanding the needs at the local level. And as a multinational company, we work in therapeutics and diagnostics, and we spend a lot of time at the country in communities understanding what the health system needs. And our industry brings more than just the innovation. That's our core expertise. It's to innovate and make sure that we're delivering for the needs of not just today, but tomorrow, but also working on health system to say, what does it take to get that patient through the whole journey? And how do we make sure we're increasing screening and diagnosis and early treatment? It's not just about spending more money, it's about spending it more wisely. So if you're catching a disease early, the outcomes are better, not just for the patient, but also for your investment. And finally, I'll just say that over the next decade, the current innovations we have and the future ones will massively shift in how we manage diseases, non-communicable diseases in particular, and these are the most devastating costs on societies and economies. And we have to look at this holistically in terms of what it means for prevention, for screening, for treatment, and also how we can unlock potential of artificial intelligence to help us accelerate this in a better way.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Kunow.
Yeah, I wanted to add to this, but first wanted to echo your comments also. I mean, we should rather look at healthcare not as a cost, but a strategic investment, not only in the prosperity of this region, but also its security. To me, this is fundamental, the reason being, well, I mean, healthier populations do contribute not only to economic output, but rather drive innovation, technology, advancements, and what have you to drive the security piece as well. Actually, there's data showing, and we have seen the McKinsey report, that if you keep spending, investing into healthcare at the current rate, healthcare improvements will lead to a boost of global GDP of about $12 trillion globally, which means that we'll see an acceleration of the annual GDP happening by 0.4% year by year. Now, we've been working with governments on two main aspects, basically. The first one is prevention. Prevention, especially vaccination, well, it is associated with a great return on investment. The reason being prevention tends to be more efficacious as well as more cost efficient. The EU's Beating Cancer program is aiming for 90% of girls to be vaccinated against HPV, as in the prevention for cervical cancer to be improved. And according to the estimates of the EU, what this means is if we are able to be successful and get to the 90% vaccination rate, we would see, a huge increase in productivity as well as labor income, by about 60 million hours, as well as $400 million per annum. On top of that, we've been supporting governments in utilizing the healthcare ecosystem even more so, as in driving data and data analytics. The idea being to drive quality care, but beyond, and you mentioned it already, efficiencies in the system, as well as optimization of patient care pathways a great deal. In order to use the data ecosystem, there's technology advances, there's AI, there's integration of databases to be done, which we have been supporting to quite some extent in order to ensure that governments can invest more wisely also, as you already said and so nicely, and deploy those investments where they are needed the most. Right? To give you an example, in Czech and Republic, as well as in Slovakia, we supported the development of what we call cervical cancer elimination dashboards, or HPV vaccination dashboards. And due to the transparency, as well as the gaps that dashboards have been outlining, we see the VCR, the vaccination rate, has been going up by 20% year on year in these two countries. So to summarize, if you keep investing into prevention as well as utilizing the data ecosystem even more so drive efficiencies, I think we'll see not only a greater deal of prosperity kicking in, but also security going up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just going to ask a question now for each of the panelists to address. And while I'm doing so, please continue to contribute to the Slido word cloud. There are a few words, but many more people in the audience. So please contribute. And if you have any questions, please get ready, because after this next round, I will open the question open to questions from the audience, and you'll raise your hand and someone will appear with a microphone. So you are each from different countries, and along with our audience here and those participating online, we all share memories of the challenges of life under the recent pandemic and how global lockdowns impacted our lives, our routines, our work, our healthcare delivery systems, and including the particular challenges for people living with acute and chronic illnesses. I have sleepless nights over the fear that we have failed to really improve our preparedness efforts, and this is clearly evidenced by what is currently happening in Africa with Mpox. But it's not simply the next disease. The global community must confront the challenges posed by war, by unanticipated crises brought about by economic disequilibrium, migration, in addition to natural disasters stemming from climate change. So I'm going to ask each of the speakers here if you can suggest what must be done to build a consensus for action on health. Who would like to go first? I won't point out anyone unless somebody fails to jump forward.
Please.
Okay. Thank you.
Or somebody nominate somebody.
No, thank you for that, because I believe, this is the Mpox and the situation, around this it's serious disease, definitely. I believe it will not really spread with such an impact, as we had, with the COVID and so on. But it shows definitely that we didn't make all the steps which we should. I see the important role of WHO in this topic. That's without a question. The pandemic plan and the international health regulations are somehow something, what we need to ensure, it will fly. And yes, then we have to work, on the clusters, which are, let's say, putting us together. And I believe again, if the EU could work on this, in a better way, then the results could be much better. And I would like to use one example. We are working under the umbrella of WHO on the Novel Medicine Platform, which is actually, let's say, the tool which would help, the access to innovation to all countries, not just the EU countries, but the whole Europe. Not 27, but 53 countries. And you can see, the differences, and the differences in the focus, differences in the resources. And as EU, we have a really lot of resources. We are, let's say, on the stage which gives us the chance to really, help the rest of the world to move it forward. And if the platform like WHO, can help, to transform what we are already doing locally, it doesn't matter if it is the joint evaluation of the new technologies, if it is the joint purchasing, or let's say the way, how we're setting up, the reimbursement system, the solidarity systems which are built, in the Europe based on the, I would say, the Bismarck systems, with let's say, investing us all to the health, all of us where we will need it. That's something what could really move us forward. And yes, WHO is not the fastest tool, but it's one of the only tools we have, for the pandemic preparedness.
Mm. Thank you. Yes, and it's really crucial what you say, because everybody has their unique challenges, but we can learn. The Czech Republic has been good in addressing some issues that could help inform the approach in another country, and vice versa. So it's breaking down those barriers, and I'm seeing, thank you, I'm seeing more words appear on the cloud, and the most important word there is a word that's close to my heart: collaboration. And I create a sort of a mathematical formula out of words: communication plus collaboration plus consensus building is what equals change. And so they're all words beginning with C, yes, but they all unite together to create the change that we need to address the challenges that we are confronting today and the ones that we're heading into tomorrow. So enough from me. Please, over to the rest of our speakers.
So I'm happy to pick up, so maybe we can go down the line. Collaboration is key, and this is what we saw during COVID, that every party came together to do their part. And we are not prepared yet. We need to be better prepared. And even as we discussed the WHO pandemic agreement, my only plea would be to make sure that we're looking at what worked well during COVID and make sure we keep that and we fix for things that didn't work well. And what worked well was the speed of innovation, how quickly we delivered diagnostics, vaccines, therapeutics. The day the sequencing of the virus was done, companies started research. there was no time lost. So I would just plead that we really are careful in terms of what we want to do for future preparedness when it comes to health interventions we need. I also think it's critical that we don't wait for the next infectious pandemic outbreak. We have a real problem at our doorstep today, and that's NCDs.
Yes.
And 74% of all deaths globally are a result of NCDs, and that's about 41 million people a year. 43 trillion between 2010 and 2030. So imagine what we could do as a society if we could better manage NCDs and make sure that we're quantifying that in real terms and how we're putting that money back into economic growth and, of course, value to society.
Indeed. On February 1st, WHO came out with a projection that by 2050, we will see 77% greater number of cancer cases around the world versus what we are seeing today. 77% increase from today by 2050. Now, we've got to address it now. We have to do whatever we can to improve the information we're giving to our communities so that communities can individually maximize their opportunities for promoting their own health, understanding their risks for disease, and doing what they can to modify their behaviors. We need to do a better job of ensuring that we have better screening and early detection, because we can address a number of cancers and other diseases if we are identifying them early. And we need to improve access, financially sustainable access to treatments. We have wonderful treatments today, and there are some super ones coming along for the future. But we have to make them financially sustainable, right? And these are things we can do now to help avert that colossal projection that's been forecasted by WHO.
And then back to infectious diseases. Well, I guess there's more to be done. For me, the key is collaboration, indeed, as you already mentioned. It's probably going to be encompassing all of us, right? Governments, international institutions, the private sector, but then society as a whole also. Look, I guess there's a couple of learnings to be considered, right? I think we need to increase healthcare system capacity in order to be able to maintain those services, even if a crisis hit. We need to create that always-on type of healthcare in order to get away from that emergency, last-minute type of fire squad actions. We may well need to do more in the area of disease surveillance, right, through leveraging data analytics to the best of our ability. And then ultimately, as you were already saying, it's about, of course, driving R&D also to innovate and bring to consumers and patients, vaccines and antiviral drugs moving forward even quicker. There's estimates, a couple of studies that have been conducted, outlining that we will need to invest about $300 to $600 billion in the coming 10 years, which is quite an effort, but it would more than offset the estimated $9 trillion loss of economic impact, due to the pandemic we've been facing recently. So I think it does require a collaborative effort, as I mentioned before, across all institutions to make sure that we can avoid that from happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And last but certainly not least.
Collaboration, definitely, yes. There is no doubt about this. Because also WHO was created as a collaborative effort of the member states and clinicians at the very beginning, 75 years ago. So what we need perhaps to turn our attention to is that we need to understand the challenges as the new opportunities and to turn them to the new future. Because sometimes we are really missing the catalyst opportunities, and each challenge, each crisis is a catalyst opportunity. And catalyst in the way that not only to collaborate, as it is mentioned over here, but also to bring new ideas, new solutions, and to break the silos. And the silos, we are working in the societies of the silos, because we think that even everything what is related to the health is belonging only to the health sector. But this is a myth, because we need other sectors, economics, we need really social sector, we need education, we need all the compartments of the building society blocks. And we need even a young generation with creative thinking. We cannot let them be behind anymore, because they are the future owners of the responsibility and the challenges, whether we will be still sitting here and discussing the same issues, or we will really bring something innovative and solutions for future generations and for ourselves as well. And I see that there is really right time today to discuss also innovations and momentum from the pandemics, because we are facing upcoming high-level meeting related to the antimicrobial resistance as one of the components of the biosecurity and biosafety risk mitigation as well. And also certain silent pandemic, because, and here are colleagues who are really having exact data, how much our society and also health systems are spending on controlling. But if we will be really honest, we are not spending on controlling and preventive measures. We are more spending about the treatment and really reacting, not proactively, but reacting on the demand to treat the infections and to save the patients. And we know that those budgets, we should invest in something meaningful: preparedness, prevention, development, and really the innovation, including innovative technologies. Regarding to this, I think that it's very important to have catalyst even for social innovations, to start to communicate trustworthy what is harms and what is pros and cons for each of our decisions and recommendations also in the medicine. We are really not speaking about the harms and possible unknown issues. We are just presenting, and sometimes this is really lack of transparency with the public, because we are not translating appropriately what we see as the evidence and what we see as the way forward. So plain language recommendation with understandable language, either on the level of politicians, policymakers, or civil societies, or investors and public-private partnerships. These are really new ways how we need to act, and we need to study it together. There is no isolation. We will not do anything, any change, impactful change, as a single person, as myself or whomever. But we only have to come together, stay good together, and work together.
Yes, thank you very much. Beautifully said. Thank you. I'm now going to open up questions from the floor. Does anyone have a question? Please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought to you. There's a hand right there.
Yeah, hello, thank you for the talk. David Stetson from Europe a Patient. I just noticed in the title of this session, and mentioned numerous times today, post-pandemic, when World Health Organization has said we're still in the pandemic. And we're kind of pretending to ignore it. There's over 1 million people a day being infected in the US at the moment. Yes. Over 400 million with long COVID estimated, at a cost, according to a paper that came out a few days ago, of over $1 trillion a year. German economists have stated that Germany wouldn't have gone into recession except for long COVID, the chronic illness. Mm-hmm. But you know, even in the title of this session, we're pretending we're ignoring this. And one of the great, I would say, technical breakthroughs in the pandemic is we've understood now how we can prevent transmission of airborne viruses. And this could have a dramatic effect on public health and costs throughout the world. Why aren't we talking more about that?
It's a very good and very valid question, and thank you very much indeed for asking that, because as soon as we forget that this disease is still happening in corners of the world, that's where we are doing a great disservice for our fellow humans and for the future health of societies. So may I ask you, Professor Šuvada, would you please have a stab at that?
Thank you very much. Without your permission, anything. Thank you very much for a very great question. This is also showing the silo, how we are working and understanding where we are living nowadays. that as a member states, we think that pandemic is over. And also as even the investors somehow, or developers, we are thinking that, okay, so this is not anymore a very attractive topic, but WHO is still ongoing with the work. And also not only the development of the policies and the governance, but also about the development of recommendations. And I can share with you, and I'm very happy to share particularly this topic with you, that I'm part also of the McMaster University collaboration, WHO Collaboration Center, which is related to the impact and evidence and research. And we are developing almost 1 year recommendations regarding to long COVID for kids, for each group of the society with different conditions, but also linked to the social and other sectors, which is really not necessary to explain more. So it is really great idea to be inspired by others. Unfortunately, only Canadian Public Health Institute was funding this, so as the oversight colleagues, we are just helping and we are advisors in this project, but there is a huge amount of work and research done in this field. And many countries, they participate and contribute, including Africa and Asia, with enormous data and enormous understanding what long COVID means for us, for the society, for particular individual living in certain areas with the contextualized environment. And very soon, in a couple of months, in 3 months, actually, we are going to publish those recommendations. And we will be very happy if certain collaborations are also developing in CEE countries, because we see that we have special attitude, we have special history, we have social and economical challenges, but also we have very special needs. So definitely I will encourage everyone to join the research and to join also clinicians who are participating on this, and not forget that we are not over.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to choose one of the questions that's been contributed on Slido, because I think it feeds into an important word that we haven't mentioned yet today, disinformation. So how do companies, and I'm going to edit this a bit, how do companies, health systems, WHO, CDC fight ever-increasing numbers and frequency of disinformation regarding vaccines, drugs, and medical innovations? And is this a winnable fight at all? So, how do we deal with disinformation? It's a challenge that I think we need to talk about across society, and not simply put the people, the health experts that we have on the panel today on the spot, because it's something that we all need to address, because our use of social media helps to feed into that, right? We go to the message that's put up on the screen that says some stupid thing about swallowing some sort of substance is supposed to counteract a virus, right? We gravitate to it because it is so outrageous, right? But our gravitating to it expands its presence across our communities, and then it grows from there. It grows like a virus or a tumor, right? So we must try to do everything each in our own daily lives to put a stop to it, right? This is rubbish. This is silly. We live in a science-based world. The scientific innovations that we have seen since the first smallpox vaccine in the 1790s is extraordinary. And it's due to the scientific innovation that we were able to have a vaccine to address COVID-19 in 320 days after the virus had been identified. And it didn't just suddenly emerge in 320 days. It was built on decades and decades and decades of research.
So I don't know if it's a winnable fight. I hope it is. But I think you hit the nail on the head with science. Yeah. We have to make sure we lead with science and we don't allow politicization of the science. Because in COVID, we saw politics over-dominating what the experts were saying, and it is confusing for the public to know what to believe anymore. So I know efforts have been taken to control what's being posted on social media, but I think the scientific community banding together and speaking with clarity, with one clear voice, and politicians keeping politics out of science is going to be really critical in the future.
Absolutely.
I presume this is part of the process, right? We are discussing it here, not only to the benefit of the audience here in the room, but probably, well, hopefully impacting also a bigger audience out there. I mean, ultimately, I guess there's a couple of key learnings that we need to take into consideration, right? We've got to be upskilling our game in terms of the communication piece. As in, well, it's got to be an omni-channel campaign, always on also. We've seen in a couple of countries where there's big anti-vax movements happening. As soon as you get a message out into the public domain, you see the anti-vax push back on it heavily. So it's got to be like always on, and probably driven by artificial intelligence also, the idea being to identify those pockets where you need to still need to convince and convey the message, engage with the audience. It does require a constant effort, right? And then we need to put a big investment behind all of us, I believe, in order to drive that communication vis-a-vis those stakeholders that are not necessarily against, but don't fully understand the concept and the science behind.
Yeah, and we need to increase the scientific education. I think one of the big failures during lockdown was we could have had all of these public service announcements on television to increase the understanding of science in our communities. We need to increase the education of our children into scientific terms.
We've been investing a lot in health literacy, basically, right? And it is an ongoing effort. Yeah. And I hope we'll be able to win the fight ultimately. But further investments to be done.
Well, thank you. We have just a few seconds left. I'm going to pose a question and ask each of the panelists to come up with a nugget in an answer. So we can easily, as I said, continue this conversation for the rest of the conference. But of course, no matter how much I would like to do so, we can't. But as we close, could you each give us an assessment of what we need to do today to improve our options and opportunities for the future? So may I start with the Deputy Minister?
I was thinking, when doing this nice discussion about the disinformation and so on, it just reminded me the time, of the COVID. And I mean, every expert I saw in the television has a different view on the topic. So we have to really, educate the people, including the experts. I believe, that the experts, who is not 100% sure, what is placed at the table, then can make quite a damage. I believe it's a role of the universities, to train our GPs, and medical professionals, because the one, who is really seen as key for the transmission of the information about the health is, of course, the GP. Or the pharmacists, I don't know, those who are in closest contact with people. So I believe this is something what we need to build on it. And yes, again, what was already mentioned here, and I see it, for example, in the discussion under the umbrella of European Commission, the Critical Medicine Alliance, we have to somehow create the channels where the industry, academy, patient groups, and medical scientific societies, jointly with governments, find the space, the safe space, some kind of sandbox, where the topics can be discussed and the solutions are somehow pre-agreed.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well said. I would say so many important themes in such a short amount of time. I would say there's a glowing research and evidence base that shows how health is an investment for economic and secure prosperity. And we're going to need economic growth if we're going to deal with all the challenges that health demand is posing for the future. So I think it's everybody's business. We need to be better at talking about it, at measuring it, and bringing all the relevant voices in the room. The Minister of Health cannot do it alone. It requires all ministries and even the head of state level and all partners across the sector. So that would be my takeaway.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't have that much to add to it because I think the important stuff has been said. I wanted to reiterate, though, that investment innovation is going to be key here. Without innovation, we won't be able to stay competitive nor build that healthcare resilience required moving forward. And it goes well beyond healthcare, of course. We mentioned several times during the opening panel this morning, these countries will be driving innovation a great deal, and advancing innovation will probably be leading the pack, and I think this is what we need to be doing.
Thank you very much. Very important.
No one should be left behind. Until everyone is on board, no one is safe. Right. And I think that this is also a key takeaway from my side, because we need really empower communities. We need to be, as individuals, living and working with and within communities to understand their part of the responsibilities, but also part of our governance bodies, let's say, on behalf of member states, but also international collaborations in either in private sector or the international organizations, science, and so on. We need to let them understand what we are talking about. Sometimes they don't have a clue. We need to use plain language recommendation to help them to be on board and not to be left behind.
Thank you very much. Very well said. And I'd like to thank the GLOBSEC organizers for recognizing that health security is a national security issue. And I really hope that we can see the health focus grow in future years because it is so crucial. I'm sorry I've eaten into a few minutes of your coffee break, because there is now a short coffee break. And then in this room at 4:10, the program continues with a chat with Karel Havlíček, who's a shadow prime minister here in the Czech Republic. Thank you all very much for coming, and I hope it's inspired some thoughts for you, and look forward to seeing you in the next days here at this conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Thomas Seifert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Seifert. I'm the editor-in-chief of European Voices, a fairly new quarterly magazine published in Vienna. And I want to welcome Karel Havlíček to the stage. He will give a short keynote, and afterwards we will dive right into a Q&A.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my speech today focusing on the current position of the European Union in the global world will not be so optimistic. As someone who has always supported and still supports the European Union project, I must say that I'm frustrated, not with the current developments, which cannot come as a surprise, but that the current European Union establishment does not want to acknowledge reality. If we want to change things, we must be able to see the current situation for what truly is, admit what we have done wrong, and come up with solutions. And that's what's missing. What's missing is the courage to describe things as they are, and even more the courage to start fixing what we have all underestimated. Worse still, we pretend that the European Union is the center of the world around which world security, business, science and innovation revolve. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. The European Union is being defeated not only by the United States, but also by the Asian powers led by China. However, whereas before it was thanks to cheaper labor, now we are being beaten by new technologies. Europe has ambitions to be at the forefront, the fight for climate goals, but does not realize that's playing useful fools for other powers. It's closing steel works without using less of steel. It imports from Asia. However, steel in Asia is produced in smelters with higher emissions than those in the European Union. This is just exporting emissions. In the European Union, we are ordering an end to combustion engine cars, okay, with Chinese electric cars gaining an increasingly dominant position in Europe. I'm ignoring the carbon footprint and the conditions from which cars are made in China, but Europe is losing the biggest competitive advantage. It had the low emission combustion engine cars that's used to beat its competitors and also protect the climate. We thus no one question the fact that we are closing our fossil fuel sources and importing overpriced gas from Russia, Qatar, or United States. Has anyone mapped the amount of CO2 from ocean-going ships bringing LNG into Europe? Are we okay with becoming self-sufficient in mineral extractions, mining, and importing from other continents? So at the same time, it's important to know that China is beginning to outpace the European Union in innovation. The reason is simple. At the moment, there are 290,000 Chinese students studying in the United States, 120,000 in the European Union, and 140,000 in Australia. Most of them are returning to China and working for industry there. And they have a huge incentive to succeed. This drives them to achieve. Not to mention that they are adding work, while in the EU
we are becoming a welfare state where we boast that we are reducing working hours. Can we not see that China is only following its own rules and that's defending its own interests first and foremost? Are we so naive that we do not realize that we are becoming a tourist destination for China and that added value is being created in Beijing? But let us not find fault with China, which is inscrutable, well, I understand, from our point of view. In fact, China is behaving pragmatically with regards to its size. The fault lies with us for not recognizing it. Let's face it, the European Union is over-regulated and overly reliant on subsidies. Let us admit that our universities are falling in the world rankings. Let us admit that our companies are losing competitiveness and moving to other destinations, to US, to China, to Asia, Indonesia. Let us not stick our heads in the sand and name our problems, please. The only way we will change this is if we admit that we were wrong. It's the only way to preserve the European Union and not to destroy the wonderful project. Cosmetic changes and political platitudes are not enough. Politicians come and go. So is it, that's reality. Let us trust producers, industry and entrepreneurs. They, unlike the politicians, can see beyond the horizon of a few political years. It's not the politicians who will do the restart, but the successful businessmen. We should abandon the idea that it's the politicians who will restart the European Union. It will be done by companies and their employees, of course. It's not the job of the governments to create added value. The job of the politicians is to create the environment for those who can. And creating the correct environment means that we keep a big industry and small, medium-sized enterprises here, that we give them energy predictability and energy prices comparable to other major powers. To do this, we need to strengthen energy and raw material self-sufficiency. We must not be afraid to say that the European Union cannot meet in its 2050 climate ambitions without putting businesses, those who can still save the continent's prosperity, at risk. For this to happen, it's essential to invest heavily in science, research, innovation, and top quality education at all levels. Enable the development of the startups and the spin-offs, of course, already at the university level, and to motivate young people to start their own business. Let's start the European Union by creating a stronger market environment, reducing subsidies and regulations. Let's incentivize investments. Let's stop reinforcing the influence of governments and the European Union, European Commission, which redistribute unprecedented amounts of resources in the form of subsidies. This will ensure not only prosperity, but also much needed financial resources for the necessary greening of the environment. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to discuss with you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Just listened to your keynote, and you have been quite critical of the past few years here in the European Union. But on the other hand, it was just, maybe some of you listening, Brad Smith, Vice Chairman and President of Microsoft, where he basically said, well, also think about your strength. And when I think about Europe's strength in the tech sector, also, for instance, look at where Boeing is, where Airbus is at this point, or look at when you produce chips, there's no way around a certain company in the Netherlands or the pharmaceutical industry. So we have these strengths. How would you suggest that what we learn in these sectors, where obviously we're good at, base science, biosciences, etc., or machinery like Airbus, that we can translate that into the tech sector, where we chip production, software, services, and also, as you said, modern machinery, where, for instance, electric vehicles and stuff?
Well, so first of all, we have to strengthen the self-sufficiency of the Europe. I cannot say right now if it's only in the pharmaceutical business, if it's I don't know in other business fields. But for me, it's important to respect that the European Union is an area. And this is the area of the particular country as well. And different activities we can expect from the Czech Republic and different strengths there in the Czech Republic, in Italy, in UK. And we have to respect that this is not, let's say, is the union of the regions. This is the union of the particular countries, especially Czech Republic. Czech Republic, it's extremely strong in industrial activities. We've got a great history, and we are open economy. We are exporting more by 80% of all exported products that we are exporting. More than 80% they are exporting to European Union. And okay, the other countries, they are strong in pharmacy. The other country, let's say, is the different type of industry. So it's not so simple to identify for all of the strength of the European Union environment and all of the weaks, because in the different countries it's different.
And when we look at the innovation puzzle, it seems to me that okay, there is capital, so we need investment. And there is brains, so we need good universities, and we need also cooperation between private sector and universities. And when you think of it, Europe, in terms of brains, that seems not to be our main problem. But when it comes to capital, if people have venture capital, maybe they rather go invest on the Nasdaq in the United States than at tech companies in Europe. So how can we strengthen where can these deficits that we have? Is a common capital market a solution? What is to be done to raise more venture capital in Europe?
Well, first, to create an investment environment, innovation environment. What does it mean? This is not, let's say, connected only to the subsidies, because we are living in a naive or in a, let's say, the wrong idea that subsidies, the governmental subsidies, they are the cause of the innovation and investment. First, what we have to deregulate the environment in the European Union. The level of the regulation, it's extremely high. And we have no chance to compare with the US or with China. Then we have to reduce the subsidy activities, redistribution of the financial sources of the European Union or the particular countries. And then we have to create as an innovation and investment environment based on the predictability of the energy prices, predictability of the taxes, of the labor market, of course, how you mentioned the talents, and they are not only the talents from the European Union. Let's create an environment to attract, to recruit the talents from Pakistan, from India, from Asia. It's important for the companies in Europe, and of course to support the young people. They will create the startups and spin-offs at the university level. What does it mean? We have to support the incubators. Inspiration for me is the United States of America. I had the opportunity to visit New York, Washington, Florida, and the other cities, and to visit the incubators and the hubs. And I have to say it's a big difference between the European hubs and incubators and the American incubators, because the American incubators, they are, let's say, results-oriented. The European incubators, well, they are quantity oriented, not the quality oriented. Well, so to suppose young people they will start their own business, like in America.
You mentioned before the combustion engine issue versus electric vehicles mainly probably in the future maybe being produced in China. And for me an analogy comes to mind, and that is Nokia. Nokia clinged for too long to their technology, and then the touch screens came along, Apple came along, Samsung later on as well, and they just thought, okay, let's just keep our legacy technologies. And a little bit, isn't that the danger that we have? And I know that the Czech Republic is very dependent on also, German automotive industry, Austria, where I come from as well. Couldn't it be a problem that we cling on for too long to this legacy industry, whereas China already leapfrogs to EV, pushes EV into the market, of course, with cheap, cheap and also probably subsidized prices, and we sit there, and at the end it's like a Nokia situation where, yes, Nokia today, who still has a product from Nokia? Raise your hand.
Nobody.
Nobody. And if I asked that question maybe just 10 years ago, a lot of hands would have gone up. So isn't that a danger that we maybe have a problem here?
Well, first, it's not real to think that we can compete with China. That's reality. Well, China is a big country. The problem is that China is beating the Europe, not by the cheap labor force. They are beating the Europe by the innovation, by the new technology, and that's a change. So and that's what we have to change in the European Union. We have to invest into the added value, into the business activities. They are generating the profits, not only turnover. Well, not only revenues, but the profitability. Profitability is based on added value. And if it's in let's say, the communication technology or machinery or automotive, I don't know. But you mentioned Chinese electromobiles. Well, that's a pity. That's a problem because we are, as a consequences of the climate policy. And I've nothing against the climate policy. I'm against the activist climate policy. So what we are doing, we are reducing the business of the European car producers in the automotive segment. At the same time, well, we are importing the Chinese cars. And the question is, well, in which environment they are producing these cars and the emission footprint and so on. And the same is, or similar is in a steel, well, in the steel works. We are reducing the production of the steel across Europe, okay, as a consequence of the emission allowance and so on. But the question is if the consumption of the steel in Europe is increasing or is decreasing. Of course, it's decreasing, especially in a sector like a construction, like a automotive. And what we are doing? Well, we are importing the steel from China. And the question is where they are producing the steel in China, on the plants for the vehicles with the worse efficiency. So definitely, they are generating the most emissions, for more emissions than the factories in Europe. Well, that's not normal. Well.
Mario Draghi has been commissioned to come up with a report, probably in September already, about how to improve Europe's position in terms of competitiveness, and also in terms of productivity. What are your expectations? What we can expect from Mario Draghi's report?
From the innovation point of view.
Yeah, from the innovation.
Because I know, so he's very active in his innovation activities. And it's the same what I said. Well, maybe it's good to say that the innovation must be the basis of innovation must be the market demand, not the governmental or European subsidy. Well, that's important to say. And overall, and the role of the governments is not to innovate. The role of the governments and the European Union is to create an environment as an innovation-friendly environment where the startup spin-offs and also the medium-sized companies and the big corporations, they will invest into the innovation. Well, that's all.
Mr. Havlíček, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Also, I want to apologize to my audience that we don't have time for Q&A. My clock here is ticking to 21 seconds, so you can see how on a tight schedule we're operating here. But thanks again for being with us for this session. And also, I want to end this with an announcement. So please stay in your seats, because the program continues right away with the next session, and that is on strategic economic outlooks for the global crisis. So another interesting session is waiting for you. I hope I see you there. For the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ty si musíš príť po ní, že môžeš sa teraz kdekoľvek v podstate Hej.
and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Vasil Hudak.
You have to wait a bit. He will introduce you and announce you, okay?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for a short delay, but you know how it is. Too many panels, too many discussions and things happening. This is typical GLOBSEC, so thank you for joining us for this session. I do believe that we will have an interesting discussion. And I would like to start by introducing our panelists. First, Deborah Revoltella, who is the Chief Economist of the European Investment Bank. Deborah, please join us here. Another powerful lady, Beata Javorcik, Chief Economist from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Beata, welcome.
Yeah.
It's also very nice to see these two institutions who from time to time compete with each other. Sit next to each other, but these are two very friendly chief economists, so that's excellent. And then we have Professor Jan Švejnar, founder of Serge EI, and Richard N. Gardner, professor of the School of International and Public Affairs from Columbia University. Welcome, welcome, Jan. Thank you for joining us from New York, and you are all over the world, so very coming. And then a very good friend from Poland, Maciej Witucki, president of the Polish Confederation Leviathan. Maciej, dzień dobry, witamy. Excellent. So here we are. As you see, we have very nice combination of economists who look at things from, I would say, academic/research side, but also somebody who is looking from the European economy from academic but global perspective with Professor Švejnar, and then of course very practical guy who is dealing with local SMEs and companies from Poland, but not only, and who can feel the pulse of what is happening on the ground. So I think excellent combination. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. And to go immediately into the topic, I would like to start with a kind of tour de table about how you see, from your point of view, how you see the European economy today. How would you identify key challenges that we are facing so that we identify what are the topics that we should really focus upon? But Deborah, if you could maybe go ahead first.
I think on my side, I am much more relaxed in terms of the policy priority definition today, in a moment in which it's very clear and there is a very strong agreement on what are the policy priority at the European level and also at the global level. The reason why I'm more confident is that we come basically in the last 3 years, inflation was the only thing that people were talking about. It was all about monetary policy and how to tighten quickly in order to avoid the inflation expectation to become entrenched. And so that was really guiding most of the policy discussion. In this moment, I think we are much more confident, and I think it was very interesting, the discussion also in the Jackson Hole just a couple of weeks ago, that the situation is turning, inflation expectations are more anchored, and now finally the discussion is all on the structural point of view. And I think being on the structural point of view, we really see where the transformation has to come from. Another point, I think that in Europe we are all expecting the new Commission coming up, and I think von der Leyen has been clear on the point that this will be a investment-focused Commission, so a Commission that will strongly work on competitiveness of the European economy and on delivering on investment. And that's quite important. I think for institutions like us is key from EIB, EBRD point of view, the fact that we need investment, we need to transform the economy. And then in the transformation of the economy, looking at the competitiveness, it will become even more important looking at the single market and what we see the functioning and non-functioning of the single market. I was in the next door panel and Ricoletta was talking about his report, but I think it's really spot on that in Europe we have to look at energy, ICT and financial sector. And these three markets need to become more integrated. And I just repeat what he was saying. I really liked the message that the enthusiasm of Central Eastern Europe for transformation should really come forward, because in old Europe, people are more conservative. National interest is sometimes blocking the more integration, and I think it's something quite interesting if this moves forward. So if I have to say my take on the economic situation, challenges there are huge because the structural challenges for Europe are huge. But I think the positive point is that there starts to be some alignment of agreement on what are priorities, and the structural part of the economy becomes really the center for the next policy discussion. But the times are going to be challenging, I think. So it's true we have this soft landing of the economy, but there will be a lot to do. Fiscal room is not much. Actually, will become much stricter. The rule of public sector in supporting investment is going to be much more constrained. So there will be need to find more innovative ways to attract the private sector into supporting some part of investments. But it will be very, very important to have the alignment of the right planning of project, the right integration of market, the right regulation, and then the financial instruments that can allow also private investment to take place.
Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, so inflation more or less under control, moving towards structural reforms, which are, I would say, as former Minister of Economy and working in the Ministry of Finance, more painful and difficult to do. But Beata, how do you see the situation, and how would you pinpoint the key pain points for the European economy? Yes.
Well, I think in the short run, we are still going to feel the fallout from the war in Ukraine. So yes, energy prices have gone down, but prices of natural gas in Europe remain 4 to 5 times as high as in the United States. And this ratio is expected to increase during the heating season. So that's going to erode European competitiveness. And this year is going to be a challenging year for Germany, which means that Central Europe is going to see lower demand for exports. Second, inflation has gone down. Actually, if you look at countries where the EBRD operates by historical standards, the disinflation process has been very fast. But policy rates still remain, in many cases, quite elevated, and that's putting brakes on the economy. And also, Central European countries saw an increase in the risk premium they are paying over German bonds as the war started. And this premium is still there. It hasn't gone away. So costs of borrowing are higher. What we see both in Western and Central Europe is increase in bankruptcies. So these bankruptcies went down after COVID, thanks to government support. Many of those support programs have been withdrawn, so we see bankruptcies picking up. Now, what's on the horizon? I worry about Donald Trump getting into the White House and imposing a 10% tariff on imports from Europe. According to some estimates, that would shave off 1% from EU's GDP. And then I worry about escalation of tensions with China, which would limit access of European exports to the Chinese market.
Great, thank you very much. Well, these are real worries. We'll see how the situation develops in US, and I think it leads very nicely to Professor Švejnar, as you look at this part of Europe from kind of US perspective or global perspective. Yeah. How do you see that? And also this relationship to the US economy and political developments, maybe a few thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I fully agree with Beata and Deborah that what's needed, I think what Europe probably can be characterized as a continent, and European Union in particular, as a sector or part of Europe that has incredible potential and just hasn't been able to realize it fully. And so I think what's going to be crucial is whether these steps that have been outlined, whether they really will be undertaken and Europe will move ahead. Just to look at it historically, in 2000, the Europeans said that in 10 years, Europe will be the technologically most advanced region in the world. By 2010, we realized that was not the case. So 2020 was set as the goal. Well, we are at 2024, and we're obviously not there, right? And so when you look back, around 1990, the world has realized that Europe has more or less caught up with the United States after World War II. And the debate was at the time, if you recall, about which sectors and where Europe was going to overtake the United States. Instead of that, what we've seen in the last 35 years, the US taking off and Europe and Japan, lagging behind, right? So this is very serious, that in fact Europe has relatively fallen behind. A large part of it was that in the 1990s, European firms missed the boat on digital technology, right? We go back again to 1990, out of the top 20 firms, quite a few were European. Now, how many are there? None. Well, there is one. There is LVMH, but that's not a technological firm. That's a luxury producer. So that's just these few statistics give you the sense of where Europe is and why it's lagging behind. And the factors were exactly those that Deborah and Beata have identified. And the US has ventured to go, whether you like it or not, into certain areas, like fracking. Right? The US was a net importer of energy. It's now exporter. Right? So Europe decided not to go that way, which is fine, but we should realize the opportunity cost when it comes then to the price of gas in the two countries, and capital moves. So there are quite a lot of European firms, with now especially encouraged with the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which in fact provides considerable stimulus, tax stimulus, and incentives of that kind to firms from all over the world that start producing or continue producing, expand production in the United States. So the US is an extremely dynamic economy. It's doing well. It's growing this year between 2% and 3%, while Europe is closer to 0, right? And some countries like Germany, Czech Republic, not doing well at all. So you have very different dynamics, both in the long run and in the short run. So as I would say, the challenge is there. It's been there for a long time. It's understood. And it's really a practical question of practical steps. And the challenge is for the new commission to really go and implement it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, these are obviously worrying signs of falling behind the US on different fronts. Not even talking about China as well. I was actually in China last week and going by train from Shanghai to another medium-sized city of 7 million. 500 kilometers far, but it took less than 2 hours. And the speed of over 300 kilometers per hour was basically normal. So
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If I may just add, that's perfectly true, and we have to count on China proceeding very rapidly forward, and staying competitive with China will be a huge challenge. And just one more statistic, just to get the bearing on this. About 40 years ago, Europe was close to 40% of world GDP. It's now below 20%, heading towards 15%. That's the fastest decline of a nation state economically in modern history. The US, interestingly, also challenging. But if you look over the last 30 plus years, the US, with huge fluctuations, has retained a quarter of the world GDP. right? With China growing and all the other countries growing. So that again gives you the perspective on the resilience and ability of the two different economies, North America and Europe, going in tandem.
Thank you. But let's get maybe more optimistic, looking into Poland. Poland was able to grow, and its small medium enterprises, as the cornerstone of the economy, are very, very flexible. And sometimes we in Czech Republic or Slovakia are a little jealous of this business approach. But Maciej, how do you see the situation? Europe-wide, of course, but specifically Central Europe and Poland maybe in particular.
So just to prove that we haven't been aligning the agenda, I will completely skip the context of the question, and I will not be optimistic. No, but I'm just an engineer, not an economist, so I will not give you statistics. I will just give you the image and the feeling of the entrepreneurial Europe. And entrepreneurial Europe is at the edge, if not behind the edge of catastrophe. I will give a positive message by the end.
I hope so. I hope so.
So when you look on entrepreneurs, means our critical industries are just gone. Means I don't have to explain to Czechs about automotive. Heavy industry, Germany completely. I love my friends, German entrepreneurs, but they are so depressive that I always come with my own bottle of vodka to meet them. But seriously, extremely depressive, heavy loaded with different regulations, extremely expensive energy, completely over-regulated new sector. So when you speak about new technologies, I refuse panels on the development of AI in Europe. I just refuse it because as long as we have PhDs in the national universities about national regulations of the AI, it's not even worthy to discuss it. There will be no European AI. So let's, as we have Microsoft partner of this event, so I can say, as we use the excellent word, we'll continue to use the American AIs in Europe probably, and that's the top we can dream about. So that's the image. The image is we are just doomed. The big advantage is and I would say the positive message comes from this morning's session. We heard a lot of important messages this morning on the 3 opening speeches. One, either we do it together or we continue to be doomed. So the only chance is the consolidation of Europe. What Leta is presenting is his report. Consolidation, leveraging on scale. These messages, I'm coming from telco industry, and he speaks about telco industry. Right. 20 years ago, he would be stoned at every single meeting speaking about consolidation or creating champions or leveraging on scale. So it shows that somehow, in the beginning of my positive message, somehow we are in such a bad situation that the proper reflexes are coming there. So we do speak about first make it together. Otherwise, again, the scale plays and matters. So we will never step up if we don't do projects at the European scale. Consolidation finally allowed. Well, let's hope that from the Leta report we will have at least, I don't know, 30% done. Already it will be worthy of his monument in Brussels. But seriously, it's revolutionary. It's something you could not present 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, in any of the European capitals, and for sure not in Brussels. We heard a German president of union speaking that union and the energy autonomy will not be growing without renewable and nuclear energy. It's a revolution. After Copernicus, probably is the second most important statement in Europe. It's the statement of the German president of Europe promoting nuclear energy. So for me, the state of urgency is so strong, and the situation of the companies is so difficult. I would say difficult. It's so much worse than our competitors in Asia and America, because we still live relatively well. We still have nice drinks and air conditioning working. But I would say this is the last moment where we can change something, so deregulate. I'm not speaking about the fact that our social system are completely bankrupt. We are, at the global level, a social exception, and those systems never got reformed, but they have been at least attempts. So Tusk in Poland 12 years ago, yes, he lost power because of rising the retirement age, but he did it. Macron, right? So it's something, again, something at least you can verbalize, something which would be impossible 10 years ago. So I think those are, my question is, so we have good reflexes. Again, Commission speaking about competitiveness, it's not enough speaking. It means some of my friends, Western friends, are already excited about the word competitiveness being used. It's if we want to save the economy of Europe, we have to go farther than just the declarations. But again, the sense of urgency, I think, is growing. That the fact that this time we may have, and again, I don't have to convince myself about global warming with the temperature we have outside and inside of this building. But the fact that we make targets and tools, I would say, achievable while keeping the economy running is something I could pronunciate today. I'm testing in Brussels a bad word of saying, oh, what if one of the ambitions of our economy would be a project, it's my personal name, TDI 2050. You know, it's a German brand of cars with the TDI. So keeping some part of the thermal engines to finance the green revolution. 3-5 years ago, I would be stoned. Today, I'm still considered as a kind of tough guy, but it's at least accepted in the language of the corridors of European Commission. So it shows that something is changing. We still have, and I will finish with this positive sign, we still have 500 million consumers, greatly educated people. We still have great industries. We have this green transition which we still could use, even if we are very much late. And somehow also the defense industry is something, and again, Letta report speaks about defense. It always was an engine, with all respect, I'm sorry for that, but defense and space always have been the engines of innovation. So it's sad to say, but the fact that we have today to develop the defense industries also gives an opportunity to develop the innovations which we then hopefully will only use for the civilian purposes. So to sum up, we are at edge, very close to the doom situation. But by the way, the doom situation definition for me that we will all be only known for museums, tourism, and luxury products, which is not it's not a complete desert. It's but it's only museums. We are very close to it, but the sense of urgency is visible, and what we heard today from Ursula von der Leyen gives me some hope for a kind of change in the real industrial life of Europe.
Thank you, Maciej. So we got the sense of urgency. We got some very good ideas from Letta and from Draghi, etc. So it seems like we know what needs to be done. The question in Europe is always to do it, whether we are able to do it and transform these ideas into real policies and deeds on the ground. But it's clear that none of the progress can happen without innovation and technological progress, because competitiveness is today driven by technological progress and innovation. And I would like to ask Deborah, because EIB recently produced a very nice report on the status of innovation in Europe. I think it has very interesting both analysis of the situation, but also ideas what to do next. So maybe if you could give us some highlights. Before you do this, just want to remind everybody, we are using Slido for questions. Some are already coming. We will use them certainly. And also, if you have any questions, please just raise a hand, and I will give you the opportunity to ask the question. But maybe about the innovation and how can we restart innovation in Europe?
I think I would actually answer speaking about several reports that we published recently. One is looking at innovation in Europe overall, and the second one that is dedicated to innovation in Central Eastern Europe, that is actually part of a bigger project that we did together with the Austrian Central Bank and the WEAV. In the first one, I think we are looking at innovation at the European level and what are the major challenges that we see. And I think there we convene on several points on what is going wrong in innovation in Europe. And I think the first one is when we look at the global spender in research and development. What you see is that Europe has much less, is present only in some sector, has a certain relevance only in some sectors, machinery and equipment, automotive sector is another sector in which Europe is present, but generally is losing ground. But what is most worrisome for us is that Europe doesn't create new leader, new companies that enters into the group of the global leader and global spending in R&D. So it's a very static system where the large companies are always the same. They are relatively reluctant to engage in disruptive innovation. And what we also found out is actually that this dominant player, if you want, at the European level, are also not very active in M&A, in acquiring the young innovative companies. So it's a very static system where disruptive innovation is difficult to come. We also were looking at a different group of firms. We basically look at firm in what we call the scale-up phase. So we look at innovative companies and look at how they grow compared to how they would grow in the UK and in the US. And actually what you find out is that Europe has a gap, particularly versus the US, at all stage of growth of firms. But then there is a lot of public support going in, actually supporting also in Europe from the very early stage of growth of the firms up to a certain point. And then you go to what we call the scale-up phase. And those are firms that are ready to enter into experiencing in the market, etc. They are targeting evaluation of 500 million to 10 billion. And there, basically, the support finish completely. The European funds are not big enough to invest in this kind of firms. And the exit for these firms is basically either in the US or through M&A, but M&A with investment from the US, because the European large firms don't look into them. So there is an old system that needs to be addressed. We think that looking at the growth of firms, and particularly looking at this scale-up phase, is something important to look at in terms of innovation, supporting innovation. And I also think that it's very much linked to what Letta mentions. The behavior of the large dominant firms is still not what you would like to see if you want innovation to be entering into the system. Because even the fact that the large dominant players in Europe are not active in M&A of the very innovative firms means they don't go for the very strong transformative change. So this is generally on innovation. On Central Eastern Europe in particular, we have these studies in which we were trying to look at what is happening in the innovation sphere and R&D sphere in Central Eastern Europe. We see a number of positive elements, like on the positive side, the number of R&D workers in R&D that has been doubling in the last decade. The fact that if we look at the firm level, investment in intangible is increasing, was increasing quite fast. The share of the venture capital in Central Eastern Europe and the EU remains small, but increased very much in the last decade. And the fact that if you look at the specialization of Central Eastern Europe is moving toward more value-added sectors. So there is some positive transformation in Central Eastern Europe, but there are a number of challenges that are very strong going forward. On the skill side, I think the fact that aging is coming up, immigration is very much affecting. There is not much focus on long-term training and retraining, and also the graduate, the percentage of graduate is declining over time. So there are a number of factors on the skill side that are a concern for the future. the venture capital market, I was saying, has been increasing, but there is more and more work on a venture capital market, more at the local level rather than an integrated European level. And that's something, again, that I think should be relooked at. And then if I think the capacity, and if you want, this is a challenge and an opportunity. What Beata was saying, the region is very much energy intensive. So maintaining competitiveness with higher energy cost in an energy intensive economy is very complex, very difficult. So the energy transition offers an opportunity of completely transforming, but it's something where the region really needs to invest and transform.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, certainly I agree that we need more disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation requires risk capital, which we don't have in Europe because of the lack of the capital markets. Still 80% of financing is provided by banks, unlike in the US where 80% comes from capital markets, and banks in Europe, as a result of the financial crisis, are overregulated. So it's a kind of vicious circle how to create a sufficient financial source for these innovative capital companies, which of course also carry some level of risk. And the European kind of champions, again, when talking about China, I remember when I was in China back in 2015 as the Minister of Economy, and I met, among other, I met with the chairman of the State Planning Committee. They have the State Planning Committee to plan ahead for at least 5-10 years. And we had a discussion about, of course, also about the automotive sector, because Slovakia being the largest producers of cars per capita in the world. And then he said one interesting thing. He said that we did some analysis about the development of auto industry in the future. We came to the conclusion that as Chinese, we cannot compete with Germans and Europeans in the combustion engines area. So we decided to go into electric mobility. And I told him, well, you know, interesting, but I don't think electric mobility will ever be, you know, kind of prevailing thing. And we will, as Europeans, we will keep our lead in the engines and in mobility area. And he was just smiling. So obviously he knew something that I didn't know at that time. Now with the Chinese electric cars coming to Europe and batteries and so on. So anyway, this long-term planning and also ability to provide risk capital is something that certainly we are missing in Europe. Maybe, Beata, there is also a question about Letta report and what specifically we should do to catch up with US and China, if you have any ideas on this. But also, I know that EBRD is looking a lot at supply chains, including in terms of the raw materials and how to make European companies more resilient in this area. So maybe also something on that issue.
So perhaps rather than saying what we should do, let me say what we should not do. Okay. And that's related to critical raw materials, right? Okay. You all know that green transition requires lots of critical raw materials, graphite for electric cars, rare earth for offshore wind turbines. Now, what graphite and rare earth have in common is that 2/3 of production takes place in China. And graphite was in the news last year because China introduced export restrictions on graphite. Then there were export restrictions on gallium and germanium done in retaliation for the US CHIPS Act that restricted flows of technology to China. Now, is this a worry? Yes, and that's because only about 1/3 of known reserves of graphite are in the Western Bloc. Only about 1/10 of known reserves of rare earth belong to the Western Bloc. So, should tensions with China escalate, it would be very easy for China to retaliate against Europe with export restrictions, because an export restriction can be introduced at the stroke of a pen, while developing new mine takes about 15 years. That's the case from Swedish state-owned company which is developing deposits of rare earth. So I think we should not allow escalation of trade tensions, which can cut us off from critical raw materials, which in turn could slow down green transition.
Thank you. Jan, any reflections on this, especially in terms of innovation and maybe also what specifically and practical should be done by Europeans to catch up?
I think that Deborah's points were very important in the sense that they show how entrenched the leaders can be. That it's very difficult for startups not to get absorbed by the leaders who are in a particular field, in this case, the technological companies. So we heard in one of the other sessions that while Alexa was developed in Poland, it's part of Amazon, right? And so the old technology firms are not likely to be buying up the startups that are really technologically advanced. And so in that sense, the US and China to some extent have a natural huge advantage. So that's one point. The other one I would say, Europe probably is dominating the United States in the average quality of education and things around it. But what really matters in the world nowadays is the excellence, the best, right? The US has the best and worst, right? But it has the best, right? In fact, if you look at some of the statistics, and not to take them way too seriously, but with the exit of Britain from the European Union, EU has no university that's ranked in the top 20. Right? So again, are you 18, are you 22, it's fine. Central Eastern Europe has no university ranked in the top 200. Again, are you 10 higher or 10 lower, but you're not in the top 100, right? So in some sense, Europe's challenge really is to go for the very top excellence, because the model is that the winner takes all, or almost all nowadays. Being average no longer pays off as much as it used to before. And I think that's where the challenge is. And it's going to be especially important with artificial intelligence, as Marcin mentioned. And I think that when Marcin said about being stoned, he didn't mean drugs.
Thanks, Maciej. So you work a lot with the local companies in Poland in particular, but if you were to identify, let's say, 3 top concerns that they have, or why, what are the main impediments to their growth and competitiveness? What do you hear from kind of bottom up?
So yeah, first I will try to answer the question.
Okay.
So there are 3 of them. It's energy, energy, and energy.
Okay.
That's very simple. Just to be a bit, because seriously, this one is so big that's the one. Then obviously is labor, but the labor will be obviously somehow declining with the automation. So this somehow at the midterm, labor will be more a question of social services than so human capital will be more a question of what about the retirement system, health system, than about the plants themselves. While the energy, less we have manual labor in Poland, the robots will be cheaper and greener working in Sweden or in France than they are today in Poland. So that's why the energy is really crucial, and that's why again the only solution, because when you look at Poland, I will use Poland. Our current emission is 40% higher in average than in Germany per kilowatt hour, and it's 30 times higher than Sweden and France. 30 times, not 30%. So our largest ambitions for in 15 years we're supposed to catch up with Germany as of today. So it shows to which extent we are non-competitive with our neighbors. And obviously there will be European competition, so the common energy market in Europe is the only solution. We'll not be able to build nuclear rapidly enough in Poland to catch up on this dimension. So seriously, this is the first priority. Obviously, and if you would ask, in Western Europe will be more about regulations, because in Poland and Central Europe we have been somehow late on deploying them. So all those I would quote, I would take a risk without being stoned or lapidated. It's the crazy directives where the small SME has to report the due audit and report the due diligence reports on the on people providing them packaging paper from Vietnam, if the provider of the coloring of this packaging paper coming from Indonesia was not employing kids. I'm against the labor of kids. But again, we speak about SMEs. So we are somehow late, it's coming, so this will be hitting Central Europe very rapidly. But number one, Western Europe will be regulations. Central Europe is really important, particularly is energy. One point about the questions, raw materials, China, etc. I think, and I have to place this one, a big opportunity for Europe is Ukraine. Means if we speak about the famous strategic autonomy of Europe, the only source of it and only capability to reach it is Ukraine. Yes, we have been a good example of Sweden. Sweden is a funny country with nice people. They have nuclear energy. They have uranium, but they have nuclear energy, and by law they are forbidden to even search for uranium in Sweden because they have nice mountains and they don't want to spoil them. So they prefer somebody in Africa to spoil their own mountains, and the ones in Sweden will remain beautiful. But again, we have to decide about, and Ukraine is a place where a lot of those materials are available, where the labor is still able. Well, it's discutable because with the war, the population and immigration, the population went down. But knowledge, dynamic companies, and unfortunately with the war, the dynamism of those companies, the creativity, IT. When you speak innovation, I would take a bet without having any proofs from international institutions that the most innovative companies in Europe are now in Ukraine. And we just don't know about it because they, by the way, they deploy it in the area which is not necessarily, hopefully, will not be day-to-day usage in Europe. So we dramatically need to, and it was in the speech of the von der Leyen this morning, we need Ukraine and Europe as much as Ukraine needs Europe helping them. So I think this is one of those positive messages. For sure. We have them at the border. If we integrate them, it's not a one-side advantage to Europe. Which will help Ukraine to be rebuilt. It's a huge potential for development of the strategic independence, also in the area of raw materials, food and agri. So those are the elements where we can gain on this process being accelerated.
Excellent, thank you. We'll have to finish pretty soon, but before we do that, I will give opportunity if anybody wants to ask any question. Otherwise, I will ask question to all panelists, and this is very much linked to one question which came through Slido, which is basically what are the practical steps for the EU to get back on track in terms of competition or competitiveness. So I will ask each of you to name 2 things which you believe are the most important for the EU to get back on track to stay competitive. But before I ask this question, are there any questions from the audience that you would like to ask in addition to those through Slido? Nothing here. Okay, so we can go to the question 2 most important things that you believe. If you were advisor to Ursula von der Leyen and European Commission, what would you give us 2 most important ones?
Two is difficult. I think
go for 3.
I think I go actually for 3/4, and I think I go back at what I was saying at the beginning. Energy market, having a truly functioning European energy market and managing the energy transition in Europe. That's number 1, fundamental for competitiveness. The ICT innovation side, the integrated financial market, I think it's another fundamental element. And then the last one is something actually we were talking just before on, it's kind of easier to get because it's something really internally European, but it's this simplification, a business regulation point of view. It's easier to get because it's internal, but it's very, very difficult to get to the point. I just wanted to mention, we have a survey of European firms that of 12,500 European firms we monitor every year. And we ask something quite trivial, actually, that is whether firms in all sectors, whether they have evidence that their own product has to pass additional regulatory requirement to comply with consumer protection or the bureaucracy for export within the EU. So among EU member states, in theory, if the European single market works, should be 0. 60% of firms are saying they have a huge issue. 60%, it's massive. It's a lot more, a bit more in the service sector, but also in manufacturing. So we still have to look more at the data, but I think this is really the proof that we can do more, just really getting it right on the single market, how it was designed and should have been from the beginning.
Thank you. Time is up, but maybe we just finished these two main things to be done by Commission.
In addition to
yes,
what Deborah said,
yes.
Greater focus on supporting young firms rather than small firms, and promoting women in STEM subjects. And that's something this part of the world with communist legacy has comparative advantage in.
Thank you. I fully agree. Jan.
I'll buy into whatever they said, so no repetition. And I think overall just reduce the complexities, reduce this red tape, exactly. And I think one way to do it is just look at the US and ask yourself, why should we do it in this particular sector this way, same way, same way? There may be a reason why not, but that's a very good way to sort of figure out how to change things.
Thank you. Maciej.
Consolidation, federalization, number one. And the number two is, I don't want to say deregulation, not to sound like the evil of liberalism, but re-regulation. Just put it on the table. We know which burdens are the most stupid, and we even remember when it was voted. So just refix them, re-regulate.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank our panelists for, I think, excellent discussion. I hope you enjoyed it and got some ideas what to do with European economy. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of GLOBSEC.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's not working. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator for the next session, Alena Kudzko.
Good morning, everyone. It's already not good morning. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with us. I know that many of you must have caught the previous session at the Albright stage with Minister Fedorov, so you're prepped up for the panel and have an idea about what we're talking about. At this panel today, we're going to be talking about tech frontiers, solving for the next challenge. And what we want to do is to talk about things that already have an impact right now, give you a landscape of technologies that are already being developed and being applied in various fields, but also thinking about what's next. What are the things that we're maybe not thinking about right now, or maybe some of the things that are under the radar, but we need to be paying more attention to. And for that, I would like to welcome on the stage a fantastic panel. First and foremost, we have with us Valeria Ionan, who is Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Welcome. Hello. We also have with us Joachim Reiter, Chief External and Corporate Affairs Officer at Vodafone. Welcome, Joachim. And we have with us Denis Mercier, who is Helsinki board member, but he is also a General Chief of the French Air Force, currently retired, and former Supreme Allied Commander Transformation and NATO. Welcome, General. The reasons why we wanted to have this panel is twofold. First, you probably noticed that the theme of the entire conference is the global competition. The way how technologies are increasingly part of the global contestation and what kind of role Europe can play in this contestation. But second part, we look at technology as the way to address some of the challenges that we're facing now, be it the issue with productivity in Europe or the issue how to increase competitiveness, but also the quality of life in Europe and beyond. And I want to dive straight into the questions. And Minister Ionan, I will start with you. You're coming from Ukraine. It's hard to imagine a place right now where the future is so much accelerated, and in many ways where the future is colliding with the past. You have a lot of innovation happening on the ground, both in civilian sector, but also in defense sector. You do something that few countries do, meaning you take what's out there, apply it in fast and very innovative ways, and you do it on a daily basis. Can you give us a brief snapshot? What do you think are the most important things that you are developing or applying in Ukraine right now that you think will be fundamental for the way how Ukraine will look like in the future?
Well, thank you so much for this question. First of all, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. So basically, we are building the most convenient digital state in Ukraine. And Ukraine has been called the European Digital Transformation Tiger, and we are very proud of this. And basically, since 2019, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine was created as a response to President Zelensky's promise to build a state in a smartphone. And for these 5 years, we have created and achieved, a bunch of very successful digital reforms. For example, we have created our DIA ecosystem, which the cornerstone of this ecosystem State Super App DIA, which is used by 20 million of Ukrainians. So we have 19 digital documents in the app, more than 30 digital services, digital signature. Ukrainians are able to receive digital services just in a few clicks, and they have been able to do so even before the full-scale Russian invasion. And then we have a state portal of public services DIA, which is also a part of the ecosystem. We are trying to digitize all of the services. Like, for example, we have the fastest business registration in the world, so you can register your business online in Ukraine only in 10 minutes. Then we have DIA Education, which is a national edutainment platform for reskilling and digital literacy, which is free to everyone. Because if you want to build the most convenient digital state, you definitely need that your citizens have at least basic level of digital literacy, and better, not basic and higher. And then we have DIA Engine, which is a low-code open-source platform for creation of state registries, and DIA City, which is the best tax regime, and DIA Business, the project for the development of SMEs. And now we are about to launch our new groundbreaking application, which is called MRIA, translated as a dream, which is the governmental application for education based on AI. Now it is piloted in 40 schools, and we plan to scale it since this autumn already. And of course, we had a lot of other, great reforms, like, for example, the creation of a position of Chief Digital Transformation Officer, CDTO. So today we have more than 50 CDTOs assigned in different ministries or regional councils. So basically, these are people who are responsible for digital transformation in their institutions or in their regions, and they're helping us to driving digital transformation forward. So what we have done for this, and that's like a very, very small part of what we have done, but that's the fundament. That's the fundamental things which give us an opportunity to move further. Now we are sharing our experience with the world, and we are working with different countries and sharing the experience of DIA as a state super app and DIA ecosystem as well. But what's important here is not just tools, it's not just instruments, it's not just concrete emerging technologies. It's the vision. When you are doing anything, you need to have the vision. For digital transformation, we have the vision that we want to build the most convenient digital state in the world, which will be, corruption-less, paperless, which will help our citizens to optimize their time, optimize their resources. When it comes to our innovation strategy, we just cannot afford to lose. We need to innovate because we need to strengthen our economy. We need to win the war on the battlefield. We need to help our citizens. And recently we have presented our global Ukrainian innovation vision called Win-Win, which is basically has 3 parts, or 3 pillars. It's the Ukrainian innovation ecosystem, and then the support of this ecosystem and priority directions where Ukraine has to invest in order to make a huge economic leap. And among those directions, we do have, of course, defense tech, and we are doing a lot on that side. We have an army of drones. We are developing the unmanned ground platforms. We've done a lot of actions on the legal side. We've made the procedures we've opened the markets for businesses, and I can definitely tell hours about this. We have also created the Brave One, which is defense tech cluster, and which unites Ukrainian businesses and startups and gives them the possibility to share their products, their ideas, and not just to share, but also to test on the battlefield, and then to make sure that they work. So we have this approach that we're not just talking about the emerging technologies and that they might be helpful someday. That's not our situation. That's not our approach. We are looking at digital transformation and innovations as for the tool, as a daily tool, without which we basically cannot move forward. So that's about digital transformation, GovTech, partnership between governments, private sector, civil society, innovation, everything which relates to tech. Defense tech, med tech, ed tech, and then AI, secure cyberspace, and then you name it. But that's all important things. For med tech, for example, the daily situations in Ukraine, it's all the time Russian missile attacks. And for example, we need to find different innovative solutions for regenerating skin, for bionic prosthetics, for mental health, and for many other things. So we right now are opening for ourselves the whole new world of the technology, which we are using and implementing on a daily basis. I'll stop here because I could talk hours. Sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Valeria, for giving us a fantastic overview of the full spectrum of things, what you can do with technology, including in the ways where maybe even in Europe we don't think enough about it. For example, talking about the medical issue. But I want to go to Joachim first. Valeria was talking about this idea of the digital state and how everything is connected. We have a lot of similar discussions in Europe, and of course, people like pointing out that, of course, on the one hand, we not do that well in making sure that everything is digital. digital. But if we think about the future, people would often point out that telecom is the digital backbone that would be indispensable for the future of connectivity. Can you give us your assessments as Vodafone, but also as the person who's been both in diplomacy and tech in the past? How do you see these issues? What's important for you right now, and in which direction this innovation in broadband connectivity in Europe is going to go?
So I think if I start with, in Europe, there's often never a lack of vision documents and mission statements. I think the Ukrainian contrast is one of, let's get our hands dirty and sandbox it and trial it and pilot and experiment and dare to take risk in doing so. And so it's very inspirational to listen to Ukraine not only leveraging what is already out there, because there's a lot already out there, but then trying to, in a concerted way, drive that. And I think in Europe, we're still struggling with the mobilization. It's still viewed as a sector. Digitization or telecom is viewed as a sector, as opposed to a horizontal platform upon which you then drive the competitiveness, productivity, or quality of life of all sectors, all segments of society. So I think what I really like, I mean, from a Vodafone perspective, Vodafone is quite big. I mean, it's not a small company. We're sort of the whole value chain. If I divide it into 3 categories, and I'm not going to be super polite about the categories, but let's category number 1 I would describe as brick and mortar. Because while we still have massive challenges on, say, moving SMEs into utilizing cloud-related tools, or closing digital divides for rural, allowing sensor technology for improving agricultural productivity, frankly, all of that is fully available. You know, there will always be new innovations, new applications that sits on top of the infrastructure in the current applications, but it's largely brick and mortar. You know, how you move, and just to call out something really positive, you do things under extraordinary, grievous circumstances. But in Europe, we went through COVID-19, and in the process of going through COVID-19, that was our biggest crisis, if you want. You know, NHS probably digitized faster during those 18 months of the first 2 waves of COVID than it did in the prior 2 decades. So Europe is capable of accelerating. So in the brick and mortar, in the application, we are seeing that there is a huge demand. COVID learning in terms of the benefits of digitization is now much more widespread, and there is a large uptake, and that covers everything from delivery of public services, you referred to that obviously, closing the digital gap between large companies and small companies, which is a big productivity problem in Europe. Large companies are very tech savvy, small companies are struggling to access plug-and-play solutions on technology. And then basic infrastructure, you know, we still have some holes to close in terms of rural connectivity and stuff like that, which we're working on. But that's all known. We can criticize that we're not doing enough, but it's all known what we need to do. Then the second layer I would describe what Vodafone is really engaged in is what I call, how do we leverage mass adoption of leapfrog technology? And for us in telco, that's 5G standalone. 5G standalone, which sounds very technical, is super simple. 5G standalone will be for the industrial sector what 4G was for the entire consumer market. Remember the time when you had to travel, say, to Prague to go to a GLOBSEC conference, and you had to call a travel agent, right? That's still today how many industries are dealing with digitization. So with 5G standalone and low latency, we will basically put a full application of industrial internet that will have the same effect that the arrival of smartphone-enabled digital-first applications did for the consumer retail sector. That's a leapfrog moment from the point of view of productivity and competitiveness. Now, the bad news is Europe is far, far behind on it. We were the world champions of mobile telephony technology. We're now a laggard, not compared to China and the US on 5G standalone alone, because we're clearly laggard against them. We're a laggard against middle-income economies. You know, last time I checked, Bangkok has a better 5G network than the best performing European capital. So we're not talking, you know, Shanghai or, you know, New York here. We're talking Bangkok. So there is a real challenge that Europe has not leaned into the leapfrog moment that is provided by very high capacity network, the modernization, and the fact that that provides an entire new platform by which all sectors will innovate new applications. So when we talk about Industry 4.0 or automated factories, that's basically driven by low latency robotization. And for that, you need, unless you build a mobile private network, you're going to need to have 5G standalone in the public network. So that's something that we deploy a lot of emphasis on right now, but we're doing it with heavy lifting in Europe. Luckily, there's an increasing understanding of the fact that Europe is faced with a very significant handicap for its overall competitiveness unless it resolves this fundamental issue. Final thing that Vodafone works very heavily on is that we lean into frontier technologies. Again, we're not sort of the cutting-edge innovators on this. What we are masters on is spotting something and saying, how do we bring it to mass market? Telcos, and it's not only true for Vodafone, Deutsche, Telefonica, Orange, we're world champions in bringing things to the masses. So if you want mass adoption, telcos are the ones usually to fix it. So where do we look then in frontier for future mass adoption? For sure, Open RAN, which sounds very technical, but it's basically to separate hardware, general purpose hardware, and make it entirely software defined. So think Tesla multiplied by 100. So where the braking of a Tesla is not defined by the braking system of the car, but it's dependent on the software that Tesla provides that generates the effect on the braking. Now, we will construct networks. It doesn't matter which type of networks. Everything will be constructed by the separation of software and hardware. That's a revolution within our industry, and it provides an entirely different way of dynamically upgrading. If you think about moving from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, 5G standalone, and I hear politicians talk about 6G, we won't have 6G in my view. We will have 5.1G, 5.2G, 5.4G, and it will be all by software upgrades. The vision we have is to separate the hardware from the software. And we're working with all of our peers in the industry and leading tech firms in driving that to happen. Second thing is, of course, mass scale adoption of generative AI. In the use cases, we discuss a lot about large language models in the cutting edge research of it. Actually, it's in the mass adoption in the use cases that we see an enormous potential and a risk. So how responsible telcos make that technology available to corporates for improving their productivity while ensuring all the downsides is going to be a very big challenge for us as a company. Quantum is something where Vodafone together with IBM leads a cross-industry alliance on trying to deal with safe quantum encryption. That's something that we are really worried about and something we deploy quite a lot of effort to make sure that all communications is ultimately about confidentiality of communications, and people need to trust that. And the final thing, which sounds a bit weird, we're sort of an Earth-based network, is we see over the next few years a merger of space technology with terrestrial networks. And that the revolution lies in direct-to-mobile. So you have worked with Starlink. I know Olga very well from Vodafone Ukraine, and we discussed how you use Starlink solutions. I'm amazed how they do it. But Starlink is basically a box. The real revolution will be when we don't have to change anything on the ground. We put flying base stations up in space. That means that no one has to change their phone. You don't have to have a satellite phone. You don't have to have special chips in it. You can use any damn phone, even if you bought it 3 years ago. And you will still be able to have coverage everywhere on the planet through low orbit satellites. And there is a space race going on together with operators in that area, which is an area that Vodafone has strong belief in. It's not going to be the world's best network. It's not going to be the industrial internet, but it's going to resolve very fundamental challenges that we have as communities. For example, the Turkish earthquake, where frankly, we were struggling as Vodafone to identify the people that needed to be rescued under the ruins of the buildings because the network was down. And usually you can use a mobile signal to try to identify them. If the network's down, you can't. But if we would have relied on direct-to-mobile satellite communication, our ability to respond to emergencies, war situations would be fundamental. Wildfires, floods, as well as address the last unconnected people on the planet, that would be revolutionized. So these are some of the more frontier technologies. It's not super tech. Actually, all of them are within the realm of the possible, and all of them are within 3 to 5 years, something that we're working on, how would it come to mass market.
Thank you so much, Joachim. I'll go straight to General Mercia. General, I really like having you on the panel because, of course, currently everything we're talking about is dual use. And during the militaries, you are facing the same challenges that everybody here is facing, but you also have the same opportunities. And I really wanted to pick up your brain on a couple issues. First, of course, and we mentioned here that in some areas there's a trend to separate hardware and software. In the military, probably you're going in the opposite direction, trying to make sure that all the hardware has software and how to go about it. But also, if we, for example, look at the issue of we mentioned the space tech and Starlink, it's all been seen on the ground. Can you give us a little bit of your assessment? What do you see as the next most transformative field in the area of technologies that already is impacting battlefields? And I know you spend a lot of time looking into what Ukrainians are doing, but also something that you think we're not paying maybe enough attention to, but will matter even more in the future.
Thank you very much for these questions. And first of all, what Joachim said, I could say exactly the same with military examples, and the challenges are exactly the same. And I will try to explain that. Again, your last questions, there are many technologies that really affect the battlefield today. And this is not tomorrow, this is not in 10 years, this is in 20 years, this is now. I will mention just a few, and I will focus on one. Our military models have been built to respond to some technologies that have existed for years, but we have a lot of breakthroughs today that really disrupt the models that we have imagined. One of the first things I can mention, for instance, hypervelocity. If we have hypervelocity missiles, it's a huge threat for everything that is a big infrastructure, whether the infrastructure is on land or on the sea. And stopping something that flies at more than Mach 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is something that has to be taken into consideration, and we are not ready to do that. We use more and more space, and with the capacity to have space services. This is true for the civilian sector, but this is true for the military sector as well, with the possibility to send very small satellites, probably with launch on demand, that will considerably change the way we deal with this segment. And I will focus on drones, because drones, and we see that in Ukraine, is really a technology that is changing really what we are doing and the threats. And you can mention that we have used drones for years. In fact, this is not new, but what is new today is a way to use drones to protect them, to launch them, to swarm them, and to make them more autonomous if it's necessary. And this question of the combination is not a combination of unmanned and manned systems. This is a combination of autonomous and less autonomous systems, and the possibility to team legacy systems, aircraft, ships, and everything with drones, and to work together and to use these systems in order to make the operation is something that is really new today. And what is behind everything, what I said, what is behind is artificial intelligence. We cannot imagine to have a teaming of drones and aircraft and everything without some kind of autonomy in these drones, and this autonomy will be provided by the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence that we program in order to decide what kind of autonomy it has or not, in fact. But when I say that, what is interesting with artificial intelligence, which is really breakthroughs for me, what is interesting behind that is how we can integrate that already in the legacy systems. We do not have to wait for the future systems. And what I see in my country, and I see that in many countries, we have the tendency to think the budgets for artificial intelligence in the future systems in 10, 15, 20 years. But no, this is wrong. We can do that today, because that exists today. And as Joachim mentioned, when we launch a satellite, we should think about it, because if this satellite will last for 5 years or more, we need to think that how we will update the AI on board in order to continue to deliver the right services with the pace of the evolution of AI. You know, the Moore's law for AI is the AI is 200,000 times more powerful every 5 years. So that means that how we integrate that in our systems. How we are sure that for the aircraft, the ships, the tanks, and everything we are building, we have the possibility to have a permanent upgrade of the digital systems without touching the hardware itself. And that goes to your first question, Elena, the separation between hardware and software. So far, we define capabilities hardware, and we integrated the softwares. Today, we have to think them as software-defined capabilities, and there will still be a hardware, but we need to think about the possibility to upgrade permanently the software in order to keep the pace of these evolutions I just mentioned. And this is something new, but we can start. We do not have to wait again for the future systems. We can start with the legacy system we have and integrate that, and the Ukrainians are doing that very well. And with AI, you can improve your sensors. You can already, even with small cameras, you can. There is a huge GPS jamming in Ukraine, and we can avoid that by navigation by AI, and we can do a lot of things with that. And that exists today. This is not the future. This is not science fiction. And how we integrate that in all of our model. But when we think about it, there is a lot of infrastructure. This is not AI for AI. This is AI for the people, for the sellers, for the airmen, for the soldiers. And you talked about mass adoption. We have this same problem of mass adoption for our people. How our people define what they need, and we find the right solution for them, and the right systems, and improve the systems with AI. This is not AI is just a tool, but the requirements are defined by the people on the ground, and this is why we need to make trials now and to make them understand this technology in order to have this adoption, and in order to be sure that we use it and we do not wait for the future for the future assets. And that's very important. And it's really breakthroughs because again it changes the way we conduct warfare today.
Thank you so much, General. I was told there are microphones in the room, so there's possibility to ask questions. You would need to raise your hand and wave at me to make sure I spot you. And there's also Slido, and I already see questions coming up on Slido. And it's a perfect follow-up on the conversation. Valeria, I'll probably go back to you, because the question we have on Slido, but also it's a key question that delves into the question, okay, we think about the future, about some innovation that is happening out there, but how do we make it reality today? How did you do it in Ukraine? What did it take? Maybe if you can tell us a little bit of what kind of barriers did you have to smash? Because it's often the excuse that we have in Europe that, okay, they're out there, but we're struggling to adopt them because this and that. Tell us how it's done.
Well, we didn't smash all barriers. We're still in process, I believe. First of all, I would like to comment very briefly on what my colleague said regarding the vision and the strategies and the statement, that there are a lot of those, and what Ukraine can do. You said it's let's make the things or something. Let's make it done. So I just wanted to really emphasize how important is the vision is. Like, why do you innovate? Like, really, why do government has to innovate? Why do organization has to innovate? Why do you need digital transformation? Like, really, why? That's the question. You will not find the answer for these questions in all of those strategies which you've mentioned. And that's basically one of the blocker to the mass adoption of anything. Because for us, again, we are really building the most convenient digital state in the world. We want to be very competitive. We want Ukraine to be a very convenient state to live for Ukrainian citizens and, for our colleagues as well, right? We want to innovate because we cannot afford to lose, and we want to win the aggressor. We have a very concrete vision why we need innovations. And then when you understand why do you need this, it's not just some kind of a, conversation about how to be future ready, what is waiting for us in the future, what kinds of innovations, how to make some pilots and say, okay, like we've done some innovations. It's not about that. It's about like really doing innovations on a daily basis, because you have to, and you implement it in your daily life. So I just wanted to briefly comment on that, because this is the topic which is really close to my heart, and I believe that that's one of the things why we are successful, because we know exactly why we need this. And then answering your question about how to overcome bureaucracy. So I think the biggest challenge everywhere is that, for government, is how to balance regulation and innovations. And there are not so much good examples in the world where it really works. There are some, but it's not like the majority. And in our case, for example, when we started, as a ministry, for example, we had a lot of different barriers on legislation side, then on adoption side, on development side, lots of different barriers. But we usually use a very creative approach to that, right? A very good example regarding the defense tech is when the invasion started. You know that our minister is the initiator of the so-called Army of Drones project, and when the invasion started, we had around 7 UAV Ukrainian producers in Ukraine, and we understood that there were a lot of barriers. So the MDT team, together with our colleagues from other ministries, removed barriers. We made the procedure for procurement of drones easier. We made the procedure for exploitation easier. We've created special zones for pilots of drones, and so on. And if in 2022, we had 7 companies, 7 UAV producers. Today, we have more than 300. So basically, we've opened the market, and this is the approach. So when you understand what you exactly want to achieve, when you understand what is your goal and what is your vision, then it's very easy to understand how to use the creative approach to just cancel those barriers. Another very important thing is real cooperation and dialogue between governments and private sector and civil society. Like, the real dialogue is to really deliver from both sides. And it all sounds, like very obvious, but in practice, not so many good examples. And this is where I think we've learned how to do that right.
Your point about why you innovate goes back to the example Joachim was making about pandemic. It was not just about NHS. Suddenly we realized we can actually do everything online, and it became immediately possible. So there is this motivating factor. The mother of innovation is necessity is the mother of innovation, so applies to Europe as well. But Joachim, I'll go to you. I noticed that when you are talking about the frontier technologies that Vodafone is working on, you were talking about 5G. I thought you'd go into 6G or maybe 7G or anything. But can you tell us, like, what prevents you from putting these frontier technologies you're working on into practice right now? And what do you need to get done to make sure we can accelerate the process?
Yeah, so there is nothing in 5G that we don't already have. So we know exactly how to deploy it. We know exactly the technology. We know exactly the vendors. We know exactly everything of it. We know how to architecture it. We have the international standards in place. And that's been in place for quite a time. So there's nothing new. The problem, and it goes to some of the questions here as well, in the sense of, so if this is a no-brainer for what is the need, you need to build an industrial internet, you need to drive industrial productivity and competitiveness, why aren't people doing it? And I think the basic challenge, and that goes to the question, what should government do, and what are the challenges of driving innovation and allowing innovation to take off, lies a lot, in my view, and having spent 20 years in government, in the absence of coherence in government policy and thinking. As a private company, it's quite remarkable that I still have a discussion entirely separate between the national security, economic security, and economic policy. These are 3 different communities. If I'm a telco and I work on SME digitization, I go to one ministry with one set of regulations. And if I work on submarine cables, I go to another ministry with another regulator. And it's not strange, actually, that we got into this situation, because the state, just like private sector, became specialized. And in the presence of becoming specialized, what you do is that you get vertical expertise. And we organized the Industrial Revolution, the old one, on vertical regulation. But the fundamental point around technology and why it's powerful as a disruptor is that it breaks down barriers between sectors. It's an unbelievable tool of cross-pollination, right? Vodafone is the #1 on financial inclusion in Africa. We run a mobile money platform in Africa that is bigger than PayPal, right? Not a lot of people know about it, but it's pretty good. Everyone knows PayPal. Most people wouldn't know M-Pesa, but that's how important it is. That was driven by the convergence of mobile telephony with traditional banking. And it's in the digitization drives convergence between previously separate technologies and or sectors. And that fits very poorly with the state's way of organizing itself for the last 50, 70 years, which is sector-bound. So I think, you know, if you look at it from why is Europe struggling on 5G, the fundamental problem is, A, it hasn't made up its mind on why does it need it? B, it hasn't accepted that it's falling behind. So the sense of urgency, sense of importance is not 100% clear in everyone's head. C, it hasn't mass mobilized behind it. And by the way, I'm not talking about state capitalism. I'm talking about unleashing private sector investment. Fourth, it hasn't understood that 5G standalone or any new generation of mobile telephony is probably the most capital intensive that comes around. So mobile telephony today is more than twice as capital intensive as a government trying to lay railway, but instead of amortization period of 50 years, it's 7 years amortization. This is a bumblebee that hardly should be able to fly. So unless you have perfect private sector investment commitments and conditions, you're just not going to get it. So not having the audacity to say, I'm not getting an inflow of investment, what do I need to do as the state to pave the way for private capital to be deployed at scale? Frankly, that's lazy. And unfortunately, that's the situation we have. And that's not the magic wand. There's not one thing that improves an investment climate. We all know how complicated it is, especially if you're heavily regulated. You need to actually work through a lot of things. It was wonderful when the European Commission president, you know, after the Ukraine war started, the energy crisis hit Europe, go figure, we realized that we had 7 years of minimum time for getting planning permits for deploying wind parks. I mean, most of the times if you want to deploy a base station in a number of European countries, it takes minimum 2 years. And that's per base station. And a normal country may have 24,000 base stations like we have in Germany. So that's just not the way you deploy technology. So it's down to the most basic stuff, up to the highest level in terms of how you organize investment climate, and then to make sure that it all flows through in a coherent and consistent way, driven by one vision of why it's important and why it's urgent. So I think that what we can, of course, draw up a big map around what is needed, but actually it's doing your homework and ensuring that it all aligns into one objective that is fully understood by everyone who's involved, and is usually cross sectors, it's cross regulators, it's cross ministries, and unless you are able to cajole everyone behind that compass, you will have the right hand is doing something favorable to improve the situation where the left hand is tripping everyone up in the process. And I think that is part of the problem. And of course, Europe is heavily fragmented between different member states, different sets of regulations. So it's particularly challenging in the European context, specifically when we don't have an internal market.
We have about 90 seconds for a rapid fire. General, really going to go back to you. We talked about barriers for innovation and deployment technologies, mostly in civilian sector. In military, usually there are two types of issues that are being pointed out. The first one is procurement, both the speed of it, but also the fact that you have to go on the market and involve the private sector. And the second one is what we can call the new type of challenges. A lot of tech companies say we have issues with how data is collected, how it's shared across border. Name one biggest problem to deployment and absorption of technology in the military sector that you think is paramount.
If I had to name one, because there are many of them, the one is that requires a really partnership between many actors. If we want to deploy the kind of technologies I've talked about, we need obviously to continue to talk with the primes, which are the legacy industries, those who are making aircraft, ships, and everything. But they need to understand that they need to partner with software companies, and there are other companies. There are those companies who are working on command and control systems, who have this big infrastructure, physical infrastructure, digital infrastructures, and we have to bring all of them together. The difficulty we have in Europe is that no one country can have all these systems, and we have to cooperate, but we need to be sure that not all the countries, they will agree with the fact that their own companies will cooperate with others, and we will build champions at the European level. At that time, it could work. This partnership could work, in fact, but today it's still difficult because we see many barriers, because we are still very conventional in our thinking.
Valeria, our time is up, but I really want to go very quickly to you. Also, our participants really curious, what is the one disruptive innovation that you think Ukrainian is missing right now to win? Where do Russians give you the biggest headache right now, and what you think you're trying to improve to win?
Well, I would say that these are related to defense tech questions. So, but we are progressing on all of the sides with regards to this section. So I would definitely not name the biggest challenges, but that's related to defense tech.
Great. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for being here with us. And thank you so much, everybody. Please stay right here, because without the break, we're going to go straight into the next panel. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Sylvie Kauffmann.
Good evening. Welcome to the last session of this very busy and hopefully very fruitful day for all of you. We're going to talk about us, Europe, but not only about us. We're going to talk about the United States as well. This panel is called Beyond 2024, a new agenda for transatlantic relations. My name is Sylvie Kauffmann. I'm a foreign affairs columnist and editorial director of the French newspaper Le Monde. And, you know, journalists love transatlantic relations because it gives us a lot to write about. And on November 5, we're going to have a lot to write about with this presidential election. Of course, the problem with US presidential election is that Europeans don't get to vote. Actually, the rest of the world doesn't either. And it's a pity because it is extremely consequential for all of us. So this is what we are going to talk about this evening with an excellent panel. I know moderators always say they have an excellent panel, but this time I really mean it. We have an American speaker, Ambassador Kurt Volker, who is not the American, yeah, please welcome him. It's not the American you have on your program because there have been a few problems of flying. But Ambassador Kurt Volker is, has been ambassador to Ukraine, special envoy to Ukraine, and is a leading expert on US and foreign policy. Then we have Benjamin Haddad. Benjamin Haddad is a member of the French National Assembly. He was recently re-elected at one of our latest snap elections. And he's, I think I have to sit here, so yeah, please. And so he's, he was, and probably is still member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and a member of the Parti Renaissance or Ensemble, the presidential party. Then we have Mark Leonard. Mark Leonard is from the UK. He is the founder and co-founder and director of the great pan-European think tank, European Council on Foreign Relations. And last but not least, we have a speaker from Hungary who happens to be very close to Prime Minister Viktor Orbán because he's his political director. Welcome. And he happens to also be called Orbán, but no relation. And it's Balázs Orbán, Orbán Balázs. Yes, welcome. And thank you very much for joining us, all of you. So maybe I will start. Sorry, just one, yeah, housekeeping detail, the way we are going to proceed. You're probably used to it by now. I'm going to ask a few questions. We're going to have a short discussion between us, and then I will, of course, open the floor to questions. And you will introduce yourself and ask your questions. You can do this either by raising your hand in the classic way, or you can do it online with the Slido app. So maybe I will start with you, Ambassador Volker, since you're the American on the panel. So on November 5, it's at the moment, apparently chances seem to be quite equal for both candidates. So let's take the first option. Donald Trump, if Donald Trump is re-elected to a second term, will Trump 2 be different from Trump 1, whom you saw quite close, I think, and how?
Well, it's a great question. And first off, let me just reiterate, it is an even race right now. We can't make any assumptions about whether it's Trump or Harris. And I would say that we have spent the last month in kind of a honeymoon phase for Kamala Harris, which, as people come back to work in September after the Labor Day holiday, I think will, for the first time, have people start paying attention to the election, who's who, what do they stand for. Second, I don't think Trump could answer your question, let alone anyone speaking about Trump. I think he is very transactional. I think he's very pragmatic. He's very of the moment, and in many ways will make decisions on the spot and change his mind. So I think, and that was characteristic of the first term, and I think that would be characteristic of the second term as well. That it's going to be that sort of thing.
And about his entourage?
Well, it's interesting because there's a lot of speculation as to who might be in a Trump administration, and also speculation about what policies they might implement. And there's been a lot of effort by people to promote themselves or to promote their institutions. And for example, the Heritage Foundation, Jim is not here today, so I can say this. The Heritage Foundation came out with this Project 2025. And I could see that. I used to run the McCain Institute. I know the think tank world. I could see what was happening. They had been positioned for decades as a Reaganite think tank. They were losing touch with voters around the country. They were losing donors. So they decided, we're going to become the Trump think tank. We're going to be the MAGA think tank. And we're going to create a program to define what the policies are going to be. No endorsement, no instruction, no request from Trump. It's just, this is the way they're going about rebranding themselves. And it largely worked for Heritage as well. They successfully rebranded that way. But of course, surprise, surprise, Trump comes out a month ago and says, what's Project 2025? I have no idea. And it's certainly not going to be the blueprint. You have people, I'll mention the names that come up in the media most often. There's Rick Grinnell, there's Robert O'Brien, there's Keith Kellogg, there's Bridge Colby, there's Mike Pompeo, probably leaving a few out here. This covers a spectrum.
So Mike Pompeo is still around.
Yeah, this covers a spectrum of views. There are some who would be chaos on wheels. There are some who would be neo-isolationist. There are some who would be, I can't think beyond China. And there are some who are very traditional peace through strength. And so you're going to have all of these views surrounding and echoing and bouncing around Trump, as it is in the campaign now, if he's also in the White House. I come from the peace through strength side of things. That's the way I look at things. I think it is a sellable case to Trump. Not that it's a slam dunk, but it's a sellable case that to him that a lot of the problems we have right now are because of weakness and lack of resolve and lack of people fearing the capacities of the United States. And so if he wants to settle some of these issues, including Ukraine or the Middle East, first thing you need to do is make people fear what we might do. We have strength and capacity and we might use it. I think he could be sold on that.
Interesting. So Mark, you are actually spending quite a lot of time in Washington because on sabbatical to research these issues. So what is your view on Trump, on a potential Trump 2?
Well, unlike Kurt, I've not worked for former President Trump, so I'm speaking with some humility here. But I do think, and I think his brand is about being unpredictable, and he is definitely going to surprise us in all sorts of different ways. But I do think there's a sort of big structural difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. Trump 1.0. Didn't think he was going to win. It was a huge surprise to everyone, but I think most of all himself that he won. And he was an outsider craving recognition, and a lot of the people he appointed were establishment figures from different parts of the Republican establishment. And over time, a lot of them ended up getting chewed up by the system. But there were lots of adults in the room who saw their role as constraining Trump. I think Trump 2.0 at least thought he was going to win during the Republican National Convention. And, as Kurt said, I think it would be a very brave person who put any money on this. I think it's a toss-up now. I think a few weeks ago it looked like the Democrats couldn't win, but now I think it's a toss-up, and it's completely plausible that Trump gets returned as president. And I think now he is somebody who's coming back looking for revenge. And I mean, that's been a kind of central leitmotif of all of his speeches and the way that he's thinking about things.
So that's where it's important for us, right?
He has a political project which is different from the one he did last time. I think his choice of J.D. Vance as a running mate is very interesting, because he's sort of indicating that he wants the Republican Party to have a, sorry, I don't think this is working anymore, but a different social base, which is an anti-elitist one, which is working class rather than the sort of country club republicanism. And there will be all of these different people trying to compete for his brain. But I do think that a lot of the ideas which Project 2025 were trying to channel come out of an attempt to read his mind and work out what his frustrations were. And the biggest, most central part of Project 2025 was the war on the administrative state and the attempt to get rid of the adults in the room, to get rid of 50,000 people who were working for the government, who were constraining him in different ways, and to create a counter elite that will run the organization in different ways. Mike, we spent a lot of time talking to different people. Who knows who's going to be in the administration, but trying to understand both what his enmities will be if he's looking for attribution, but also what kind of ideas are out there in the ether. We published a report looking at 6 different scenarios, and they're all pretty scary from a European perspective. On Ukraine, you know, there are lots of talk about some kind of Minsk III version, which doesn't just deprive Ukraine of its territorial integrity, but neutralizes the country and would be a big defeat, not just for Ukraine, but I think for European security if that happened. On NATO, you know, we've had lots of debates about that. There is a lot to be scared of if Trump is re-elected. I don't think the US will leave NATO, but I do think that having him in the White House will significantly weaken NATO. We know what he's going to do on trade. They've talked about introducing you know, a 50% tariff on China and a 10% universal tariff on the rest of the world. So we'll get kind of caught between that. You know, we looked at, in our scenarios, we also looked at what, you know, a Trump policy to make Israel great again might look like for the Middle East. On climate change and energy policy, it's very clear that he wants the US to be the kind of central producer of hydrocarbons in the world, and that there'll be a kind of set of policies which reflect that agenda. And I think there is also a sort of ideological agenda, an attempt to try and reach out to like-minded political forces, and I'm sure Balázs will tell us more about that later on. But I think that there is likely to be a bit more coherence. I think there'll be a more mindful attempt to put people in the administration who will do his bidding rather than get in the way and act as constraints on him. And I don't think that we have necessarily got our head round as Europeans what we need to do to deal with all of those different scenarios collectively. But the other thing I would say is that though there's a lot of euphoria around Kamala Harris and around the Harris campaign, I also don't think that Europeans have necessarily got their head around how challenging a Harris presidency is going to be for us. I think on Ukraine, it will definitely be a lot more palatable and a lot less scary than some of the sort of Trump scenarios, but there will be a shift after the election. In Washington, people don't think that it's likely that Ukraine is going to be able to capture and hold the rest of its territory, and they're sort of thinking about how you move towards some sort of settlement. I think that the Harris campaign is not going to go for a Minsk 3.0. Their goal is to try and put Ukraine into a strong position to settle it. But that is going to be something which is going to be different. I think on China, we are going to find a whole series of policies, whether it's Trump or Harris that are elected, that we have to deal with. And I don't think that we're necessarily thinking about how we can prepare ourselves for what happens, because we're in an interregnum at the moment. But from January next year, there will be a lot of change coming from Washington. And I think that we need to be thinking about it and put ourselves into a good place so that we can defend our interests, but also be good partners to a Harris administration if they are elected, and think about how we Trump-proof a lot of these core policies, particularly around Ukraine, around trade, but in all the other areas I talked about as well.
It's great. So, Benjamin, how is this going to... If we take this concept of strategic autonomy, which used to be so popular in the Élysée, there was the contrarian view was that it would be better to have Trump, in fact. What would happen according to you?
Well, first, it's great to be here. You mentioned early on that I was re-elected recently, so I'm very glad to be back to doing what I love the most, which is speaking on panels on transatlantic relations, saying that things will not go back to normal and that Europeans should take more responsibility in world affairs. I think we'll probably still be doing this in the next decades. No, look, I mean, I'm being a little cynical, but first I share what you all said, which is that this is clearly a very close election so far. There's the momentum that we see for Kamala Harris, but we lived this in 2016, and so if you look at the polls in the swing states, they're basically less than 1 point difference right now. But I would like to do like Mark, which is maybe focus on some of the similarities, some of the similar challenges that Europeans will face, whether it's a Harris administration or a Trump administration. Because if you look at the last 4 years, clearly the Biden administration has to be commended for its leadership on supporting Ukraine and bringing together transatlantic allies in the support for Ukraine. But if you look at economic issues, for example, a lot of the Trump tariffs were not lifted by the Biden administration. The Biden administration also put together the IRA to invest massively in the green transition, in the American industry, which was beneficial to the American economy, but did it in a very unilateral way without bringing in European allies at the expense of our industry. I think a lot of this trend towards protectionism, towards focusing on American economic interests, towards other priorities on the world stage, and of course we can think first and foremost of Asia, a lot of this you're going to see whether it's a Democratic or Republican administration. What I would hope from Kamala Harris administration is actually not so much speeches about the value of allies, the value of the relationship, and how Europe and NATO should be at the core of US foreign policy, but actually a friendly transatlantic conversation about what the US does not want to do anymore, what it doesn't see it as its priority and interest anymore, and what we would like for the other to be doing and focusing on. Because what I fear, and I think a lot of people in Paris fear, is that down the road you have another major crisis in the periphery of Europe or on the European continent, like you had in the Western Balkans in the 90s, where we were unable to stop a genocide on our soil. And we go knocking on Washington's door, and you have policymakers, Democrats like Republicans, who say, we don't see this as a core interest for us. We don't see this as a priority. We have other things to deal with. After all, this is in your neighborhood, so you should be taking care of this. And this would not be an unfair response. This would actually be a very coherent response. Increase your defense spending, take care of yourselves. We have other things to deal with in Asia. Mm-hmm. So instead of being faced with this, and who knows, the migration crisis, the security crisis that might confront us, I hope that with a new administration, and I hope we could do this too with the Trump administration. I fear that it's going to be much more hostile and much more confrontational. But I hope that we could have a very frank conversation about how burden sharing becomes priority sharing between the United States and Europe. And this goes back to your question about strategic autonomy or European sovereignty, however you want to call it. We get too much caught up in the semantics and the theology of this. And I say this as a French, where we love the concepts, but we should focus more on the practicalities and discuss this. It's not about turning our back to the transatlantic relationship or wanting to push the United States away from the continent. It is just about having that conversation. You tell us invest more in defense. That's a very legitimate request. And by the way, in the last few years, because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, you've seen dramatic increase in defense spending. Over the 2 terms of the Macron presidency, we'll have doubled the defense spending. And I hope that we continue to do this afterwards. But it is about Europeans empowering themselves and having the ability to act on their own if necessary, and if we are in a situation where the United States decides to focus elsewhere.
Balázs Orbán, you like this concept of strategic autonomy, I understand, and and you also said that you're also of the view that the Europeans have been blindly following this American administration into the war in Ukraine. So, what do you expect? What would you like from the next Trump term, or? You know, Trump has boasted that he would end the war in 24 hours. Do you think this would be the case?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in a very complicated situation because I agree with most of the things that were said by Mark and Benjamin. And I don't want to cause them trouble. But actually, this is the reality about the potential new Trump administration. What I see is that they are much more prepared, focused, and strategically planned than before. And obviously, I think the most obvious example is the war in Ukraine. How, from a policy point of view, how they want to solve that conflict. And this is the point where I disagree with Mark. Obviously, that. I think it would be good for Europe because finally somebody is coming and end this, in an American terms, called endless war, and bring peace, which would be much better for Europe as such. And I think that they take it seriously. So American elections are mainly about local domestic issues, but as you see, President Trump and Vice President candidate J.D. Vance, they keep talking about not giving the taxpayers money to foreign issues, but bringing that back home and spending on migration, spending on dealing with inflation crisis, energy crisis, and so on and so on. So I think it's a serious plan on their side. Obviously, we Hungarians are sharing their views on that, and this view is shared by the rest of the world, outside the Western world. I just came back from India, but you keep hearing how the Chinese are communicating, and then I don't raise some comments on some other meat powers outside from the global south. So the rest of the world agrees on that issue, that we should end the war. Only the transatlantic liberal elite, which is until now on the other side. So they take it seriously. The other thing which was mentioned by you as well, Sylvie, that and it's true that it's a French concept, and I think it's very important that in the last 4 years what we experienced, that the European elite was in a Stockholm syndrome with America. Based on the ideological similarities. It's like if we agree on open borders, or if we agree on, I don't know, the woke agenda, or if we agree on how the liberal democracy should be saved, then we obviously share all the policy points. But it's not the case. The Americans are our friends, but they have their own interests, they have their own agenda. And if the European elite is blind, then they will put enough pressure on the European elite to be in an autopilot follow mode. And this is what happened, not just in a war, but trade relationship, how to deal with technological issues, what is happening with the competitiveness of the European companies. So in many fields, what I see and what I keep hearing today as well, European politicians, as they speak and how they formulate their arguments, it goes against the interest of many European countries, and it's not shared by many European people, but that's the political part of it. It's not the interest of many European member states, the policies which are represented by the European elite. And I think Trump and the potential next Trump presidency can have a very positive effect because the European elite can finally save itself. Yes, save itself from the Stockholm syndrome.
From the Stockholm syndrome.
And and awake in a normal way. So I'm encouraging all these discussions. The one example which is always mentioned, and it was mentioned by the previous panelists as well, is the NATO spending. So Europe is not able to be independent in many decision making because we rely on our American friends on defense. And what the Americans are saying, if I provide defense for you, then why don't you want to have an independent foreign policy or a trade policy?
But so would Hungary be ready to follow the Polish way, for instance, to spend more than 4% of GDP on defense?
Let's hope that we can afford it. Unfortunately, we don't get our money from Brussels, so it's a bit more complicated.
There we go.
But Hungary, since years, spends more than 2% of the GDP on spending. We have a different attitude because we see that a country should always spend 2 times on family policy issues than on military, because that's also part of the military family spending. You have your own children and you invest in new generations. But in general, this is the case. We spend more than 2% on defense from years, and we spend more than 4% on family policies. So Hungary is doing its job, and is ready to do more. And I think if we got the pressure from the Americans that we should do more, it will be the better for Europeans. So we shouldn't complain. We should just catch up.
So regarding Ukraine, and then I will give you the floor, Mr. Volker. Regarding Ukraine, you still think Trump would be able to end the war in 24 hours, and that Harris would just prolong it, or?
This is what he told me. Okay. And I told him that, Mr. President, if you can make a peace not in 24 hours, but 36 hours, it's also good for us. And he said, okay, but it has to be 24 hours.
Okay, okay. Kurt Volker, maybe you have a point.
Let me just take this question seriously in a different manner as well. So I think what was said by the gentleman is true, that sooner or later, even the Democrats have to realize that this is over. It cannot be continued in a way. And this is why we Hungarians are learning that it doesn't matter who is winning the elections. If we don't change, if we don't get proactive, then America will leave us alone with the problem, which is called Ukraine. Who is going to finance it? Who is going to provide stability there? So it's like, these are the questions which we will face anyhow. So the sooner we start the honest discussion and not the moral part of it, that who is right, who is wrong, who is attacked, who is not attacked, it's obvious. But let's put aside this and focusing on the job, which has to be done by the Europeans anyhow.
Well, there's actually a question being asked on this app on this issue. What real leverage could Trump use that the Biden administration sorry, it's getting... hasn't, without forcing Ukraine to accept humiliating terms. So please, go ahead.
The first thing I want to do, Balázs, I was nodding along up until a certain point. and if the Trump administration were to leave Europe on its own, Europe would be left with a problem called Russia, not a problem called Ukraine. And that's a big difference. Now, thing is, I don't think that's what's going to happen. If you were to ask someone from the Trump administration who was doing NATO, Trump would say himself, he left NATO stronger than when he found it. When he left his presidency, there was $80 billion plus more of defense spending in Europe. There were more American forces. There were forces further eastward deployed within NATO to shore up the flanks. He had lifted the arms embargo on Ukraine so that they were getting the first lethal defensive weapons because the Obama administration had a ban in place. As soon as the U.S. did this, we broke the ice. The French did it immediately after the U.S. did. Germans were a little bit slower. And this then didn't lead only to equipment, but to lethal training as well. And I don't think if we had just kept in place the same arms ban and the same lethal ban, I don't think Ukraine could have defended Kyiv in 2022 the way they did in February of 2022. So those are all the things you would get from the Trump first term that they would push back on a lot of these narratives. I want to call your attention to an article that Mike Pompeo and David Urban signed and published in the Wall Street Journal about 3 weeks ago, which is entitled, "The Trump Plan for Ukraine." Now, this is not to say that former President Trump has bought into this. I don't think he'll buy into anything ever. I think he will make up his mind as he goes along. But the argument that Pompeo and Orbán make in this article is that you need to reestablish strength, that we are in Ukraine today partly because of the weakness shown in Afghanistan and the chaos that was there, which convinced Putin and Xi and others that it's game on, we can do whatever we want. And some of the things that I think are realistic that Trump could do that are in that list of things are increasing oil and gas exports to press, based off, make America even bigger energy superpower, but push down prices. He would realign the U.S. with Saudi Arabia and try to realign Israel and Saudi Arabia against Iran. That would also facilitate getting Saudi Arabia to help with energy prices. He would probably not support any increased U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, but probably would support an almost unlimited fund of loans. You can borrow whatever you want as long as you spend it on U.S. defense articles. And I think that would be very realistic. And as far as negotiations goes, remember, it's the current desire of the current administration to push Ukraine towards negotiations to have some kind of settlement. And the problem with this, again, is Russia. Russia has zero interest in giving anything up. They have their absolutist ambition of eliminating Ukraine. And eliminating Ukraine as a national identity, reestablishing a Russian empire. That's going to be true under Trump as well. Whether or not he wants to push for a negotiation, Putin's going to be Putin until he is confronted with a situation where he cannot, and he knows he will only weaken Russia if he persists. That is not the case today. And I'll just close on this, but the Ukrainians are extremely grateful for all of the assistance that the US and Europe have given them. They wouldn't have survived without it. They know that. It's been really substantial. At the same time, they are incredibly frustrated because it has been slow, a half step at a time, too late. And even today, as we're sitting in this room, the US policy on Ukraine is, well, don't fire our missiles deep inside Russian territory. The Ukrainians think this is nuts. And they're in an existential fight to save their country. Their view is that we're grateful for what the US is giving us. We don't want to tick them off. But if we do what the US is telling us, we're going to be defeated. So we better come up with something else.
Okay. Benjamin wants to jump in, and Mark too, and time is running out. I have to warn you, so then we go to the floor.
Well, so quickly, because to bounce back on what Balázs said earlier, I really agree with one point where he said that Ukraine is going to be Europe's problem. It's on our continent, it's on our border, it's an aggression against European values in our system, in our security architecture, first and foremost. I don't think we draw the same conclusions from this idea that Ukraine is Europe's problem, because you're maybe more optimistic about what, or at least from Mike Pompeo's article, what a Trump policy on Ukraine could be. But if we are faced with a very awkward situation where tomorrow a Trump presidency decides to withdraw support for Ukraine and push towards a settlement that we find unsatisfactory, and we find submitting to Russian aggression and maybe preparing the next one, what do we do, Europeans, if President Zelensky comes to Brussels and pleads for continued support and asks European, let's not accept the American plan, please continue to help us, please continue to give us weapons, please continue to send funds, and we'll keep on fighting? I mean, these are the questions when you talk about strategic autonomy. This might be a very first test in 6 months. Are we ready in terms, first financially, in terms of weapons? I don't think so. Are we ready intellectually? I don't think a lot of people are asking this question out in the open. If the United States decide, and by the way, this almost happened a few months ago because Congress was blocked. This happened a year earlier than we thought, and then we gained some time
with consequences on the ground.
With dramatic consequences on the ground, of course, that we still feel, by the way, today. I so much agree, by the way, what you said, which is that if we had started giving 2 years ago what we're giving Ukrainians now, the F-16 that they're finally using, the tanks, the long-range missiles, if we give them the green light to strike into the Russian territory, just at the basis from which Russians are firing missiles at Ukrainian cities, maybe the counteroffensive would have been quite different, and maybe the situation on the ground would not be different. But I'm just asking this question. Is tomorrow Zelensky goes to Brussels, Paris, Berlin, Warsaw, and Budapest and asks for continued help? What do we do? I think if we're unable to do so and we give in to, you know, an American, a Trump-led Minsk III, I think that will be a terrible moment for European identity and security.
Mark?
I think what we're starting to have now is a debate about how this ends and what victory and what defeat looks like. And I think we need to have a much more granular discussion about that. Because what's frightening about the Trump peace plan is not the idea of peace. I think we all want peace, and we want peace to be as quick as possible, and we want it to be sustainable. I mean, we've got as much of more of an interest than most people in the world to have peace in our continent. But the danger with what we've seen of the Trump peace plan is that it doesn't look very sustainable. It's not just that Ukraine will lose territory, but he's also seems to be signing up to other Russian objectives about the demilitarization of Ukraine and Ukrainian neutrality, and Ukraine being kept outside of NATO and outside of the European Union. And that doesn't feel like a very stable settlement. If Ukraine doesn't have security guarantees, if it is not able to choose a kind of geopolitical route, it both encourages further Russian aggression towards Ukraine, but also creates a template which could be developed towards other countries. The difficulty is that, you know, we are very good at talking about victory and supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes, but the political constraints on doing what one would need to do in order for Ukraine to win against Russia, I think, you know, are huge, and we've seen that being tested very dramatically now. So I think in our minds we need to work out what a hierarchy of interests is, and that's a debate which is also taking place within Ukraine. And I think we've done some polling in it, and it seems to me that, you know, when you poll Ukrainians about whether they're willing to concede territory for peace, most people are against that at the moment. But the one thing which they care about even more than territory is their freedom to be a democracy and to choose their geopolitical orientation. And it does seem to me like, you know, obviously as Europeans, we're never going to recognize Russian aggression and Russian sovereignty over Ukrainian territory. But at the same time, from our perspective, I do think it's more important to have a Ukraine that can choose its geopolitical future, that feels secure, that is part of the European Union and NATO eventually, and that is more important than whether Ukraine controls 80%, 85%, 95%, or 100% of its territory. And that it's much more important to preserve that freedom and of Ukraine to choose its own future than to get totally hung up on exactly how much of its territory it gets back. And if we're clear about that, then I think you can go into ideas of having a settlement in a much kind of stronger way, because you want Ukraine to be empowered to be as strong as possible in whatever settlement is developed. But my colleague Jana Pulierin and Claudia Major have just written a brilliant piece for Internationale Politik in Germany, which has also just come out in English, but where they kind of look both at the kind of nightmare scenario, but then also what it means for Europeans and for people in the West if you want to avoid that nightmare scenario happening. And that has big implications for us in terms of how we think about the EU enlargement process, how we think about NATO. But for me, that does seem to be a more helpful debate than some of the more theological discussions that we've been having, particularly if you look at the really dire situation that Ukraine has found itself in over the last period of time, with this uncertainty about what kind of support it can get. with the kind of grinding success of the Russians in the and their ability to regain territory, and the big struggle that Ukraine has to get its territory back. I think we need to have a different debate here, and we need to do it urgently, because I think things are going to shift in Washington after the elections, whatever happens in November.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. Yes, Mr. Orbán, maybe you want to respond, and there is a question to you, and then promise we go to the room. We still have 10 minutes. What would Hungary have to change on its Ukraine war policy if Harris wins?
Probably nothing.
Okay.
Probably nothing, because we have a policy which is, I would say, 80–90% backed by the Hungarian people. I know that in this room people are emotionally involved. We Hungarians and the Hungarian political elite, the elites on the right side, is more realist. So our position is not pro-Ukrainian, pro-Russian. It's different. We see that this is not our war. The Ukrainians have every right to fight back. It's their sovereign decision. But we have also an opportunity to make our sovereign decision, and we don't want to see it as our war. I know it's emotionally shocking for this audience, but you can see the word in...
Not sure it's only emotional.
You can see this conflict in this way, and I have to say that the rest of the world sees this conflict in this way, whether we like it or not. So what I see as a realist, outside observer, then we are having this war for like 2.5 years. We spend a lot of money on that. And what is happening now? More than 500,000 people died on both sides. Russia has more territory than they had when they started the war. Millions of people left Ukraine. Ukrainian economy is collapsed without the support of the West. It's not a sustainable country anymore. And the European economy is suffering. And there is a realistic risk of further escalation of the conflict and turning into a NATO-Russia direct confrontation. So what are the strategical gains? Why we are doing that? So my position is that from this realistic analysis, we should change. And the sooner we change, and the more Europeans we are proactive on that shifting and coming up with a new strategy and a completely different approach, it's better for us, because if we are not doing so, then again, this entire discussion will be dominated by Americans, and we will left alone with this conflict. And I think what I keep hearing from Washington, from all sides, is that in the long term, the United States of America, it doesn't matter which administration, but they have to answer to the question why it makes sense to push Russia into the hand of Chinese and China, while they have a strategic conflict in the Indo-Pacific region, and there is a serious conflict area on the Middle East. Why it makes sense? And I think that in the long term, United States of America will have an answer that it makes no sense. And then there is the answer, and that's the last sentence for Kurt, then the American-Russian agreement on the security architecture of Eurasia will be recreated. And I hope that it will be recreated with the Europeans, not without the Europeans. But for this, we have to act and change policy.
Okay, Benjamin, I cannot give you the floor, I'm sorry, because we are almost out of time, and I want to take at least 2 questions. So one here, and the gentleman over there.
Hello.
So please, lady. Yeah.
I'm Mariam Lambert. I'm actually a former diplomat, European civil servant from Belgium. I'm not Ukrainian. I agree with you, actually, about this is not, we shouldn't put emotion, we should be realistic. What I did is actually spend 2 years in the frontline villages. I'm going back next week, and I saw the realistic situation. I stopped having emotion for 2 years. As a father, if tomorrow your children are being deported, tortured, raped, because this is what we talk about when we talk about peace, is accepting the fact that people who will be staying in occupied territories will be deported, tortured, and children will be adopted by a Russian family. This is what we are talking about when we ask for peace. So I'm talking to you without emotions, realistically. what do you suggest as a peace plan? Thank you.
Okay, and we take a second question.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm Roland Freudenstein from the Free Russia Foundation based in Brussels. A question also to Balázs Orbán. When
I'm
you
always
talk
the advocate of the devil. Sorry about
when you talk to MAGA Republicans, including, of course, former President Trump, do you ever talk about China? And what transpires from this? I mean, we all know that MAGA Republicans admire Hungary for many reasons, but I don't think that's the case for Hungary's China policy.
Sorry, I don't want to eat
Go ahead.
up the time.
The questions are directed to you.
So you know, if I talk about peace, I mean peace. And if you have peace, children are not tortured. People are not killed. This is what it means, peace. So I think it's never, I mean, really try to leave some maneuvering space for ourselves. We cannot openly and seriously talk against peace. Peace is always an option, not just because we are Christian, but because that's good for the people. I think that many people do talk about peace, but they don't take it seriously. Conflicts like this, where there is no clear winning and losing side, never in history. I can give you many examples. Never end like this. There is a peace plan, and please sign it. And then the losing side is signing it. We were Hungarians in this situation after the Second World War, but it's not the case now. So in this situation, the peace starts always with small minor steps. First, restore communication channels. When my prime minister started the peace mission, immediately got a huge blow on that. You know, how do we want to solve the problem without communication? So first, restore communication channels. Then try to figure out a short-term ceasefire. Short-term ceasefire, as it is happening in the Middle East. So this is why I don't understand the Western logic. You know, Western politicians can argue in favor of ceasefire in the Middle East, but it's impossible and it's betraying of our moral values if we raise the same points in Ukraine. Come on, take ourselves more seriously. This is how it is done. Short-term ceasefire, sometimes it collapses, sometimes not. And use this as a window of opportunity to start the very long negotiations which were mentioned by Kurt. It's going to be hard, it's going to be painful on all sides, it's going to be complicated, but the sooner we start it, it will be much better, and more children will be saved from that. And the second question to the gentleman. We keep talking about many issues and also about China. What bothers me is that the Graham Allison book, that if you have a shifting world order and an emerging power and a hegemon, then what happens? Whether there is a conflict or a war, which is managing the power change, or whether they are able to have an agreement. And what I hope is that America and China, the two big guys in the room, will be adult and serious enough to avoid confrontation. And this shifting of a global power or a new kind of equilibrium, whether we call it, whatever we call it, will not end up in a third world war. And this is what, from a Hungarian point of view, is the most important aspect of it. And I think that we, with the Trump people and the MAGA people, we all are national conservatives. If you are a national conservatives, then you do believe that every nation has the right to have its own policy based on its own national interest, which is mainly decoded its own geography, its own size, its own history, its own socio-cultural background. So if you're not a liberal, but you are a national conservatives, you actually can see the word that there are different nations with different policies, different priorities, and you don't have to hate each other for that, but you have to accept it as a reality, and on this, try to make win-win agreements.
Well, I'm terribly sorry because we are having an interesting discussion, and we were actually going a little bit away from Ukraine, but time is really up, and there is an important event waiting for you now, which is the gala dinner. So this was the last session. For those of you who are invited to the gala dinner. The buses taking you to the venue will be ready in 10 minutes now, 7:10 from the hotel entrance. The program at this stage continues tomorrow at 9:10 with a discussion on competing vision for the future. And I want to thank you very much. I want to thank the speakers for this very interesting discussion, and thank you for the audience. Thank you.